Okay. Sorry about that. I was out of tea. So, what we're doing is we are doing section 5 of the Network Plus CompTIA. And we're going to go over the practice test. We're actually going to go over the practice test first. The only part of the practice test that we are going to go over is 5.0, the 5th section. I'm not really going to worry too much about the other ones. We did that yesterday. So that's what's going on with that. If you're new to the channel, my name is ParaDiddlePete. I kind of do whatever I want and whatever interests me, kind of thing. Right now, networking and computers really interest me, so I'm going to be making a bunch of videos like that. I also play video games sometimes to kind of relax, just make a nice little escape from the hard day of work, kind of thing like that. And yeah, so let's go ahead and let's dive into it. We're going to go straight into the review questions first. And I'm also going to pull up good old Microsoft Paint in case we need it. All right. Again, we're only looking for the 5.0 ones. These were the section 5 questions. These were the performance-based questions. I want to review them, but for whatever reason, the browser kind of like freaks out and doesn't give me the scenario. So it's kind of hard to go back through and like study the stuff because I don't have the scenario of why, like, since subnet B should be able to access subnet A, but cannot. Okay, like how do you know what I'm saying? Like I don't have the scenario, so I can't really. I don't know what to do about that. Especially this one because I totally got wrecked on this one. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep looking. That's one. That's one. That's one. That's three. That's two. That's 5. All right, let's look at this one. Here we go.
A custom client application is unable to communicate with the internal Internet Information Services IIS's server. Pinging or establishing a telnet connection from a workstation to the server works normally using an IP address or FQDN. Which of the following are possible causes for this network issue? Select 2.
Okay, so one of the problems is that I don't fully understand what a secure socket layer is. So, and that's what I selected. The real answer is the IIS service is not running and the TCP port is blocked. Let's see what's going on with this. Oh, now it wants to say that there's no text. What? I hate when it does that. Which one was it? Was it 6, 8, 10, 12? Here it goes. Anyway, the application on the client workstation may be communicating over a blocked transmitted control panel, a TCP port. The workstation can communicate using the telnet via TC port 23. But telnet's like obsolete. Like that's not safe. Like you don't want to do that. Ports may be manually allowed in and out. The IIS service may not be working, causing the client application not to connect as well. Services on a Windows computer is viewable using a service management console. Using the service management console. So what I really want to know, what I really want to do is I actually want to put this into our AI friend. I don't want to do that with every single question as we kind of review. But I do, because I don't really understand what some of these answer choices are trying to say. Like, tell you the truth, like, I don't even know what an IIS is. Maybe I do and I just don't realize it. Secure socket layer. While that does its thing, let's Google it as well. Is a secure protocol that creates an encrypted link between a server and a client, typically a web server and a user's browser. All right. Let's see what's going on with this. we're not gonna read it. It said, hey, you know what? Screw you, Tyler, buddy. I know that you work because, and I don't want to read all of this. It's one thing to read like one thing, but like, I don't want to read everything. Okay, we're slowly working. Because I did a sound
Simplified
check.
answer.
Here
The
it is.
IIS service is not running, and TCP ports are blocked are the most likely causes. I is not running. If the web server service is down, it won't respond to HTTPS requests, even if the server is reachable via ping or telnet. TCP ports blocked. Even if the server is reachable, firewall rules or network policies might block the specific ports, for example, 8443 required for web traffic. Selected voice 1.3x. I'm studying for analogy. Is not running like a store with closed doors. People can see the building ping and even peek through the window telnet, but they can't enter to shop, access the web. Analogy. Is not running like a store with closed doors. People can see the building ping and even peek through the window telnet, but they can't enter to shop, access the web service. TCP ports blocked, like a store with a sign saying closed for business. People can see the store ping and even try the door telnet, but they can't get in because the door port is locked. In-depth explanation. The IIS service is not running. Symptom, server is reachable via ping telnet, but does not respond to HTTPS requests. Explanation, IIS is the web server software on Windows that handles HTTPS traffic.
Okay.
If it's not running, the server won't process web requests, even if the underlying network connectivity is fine. Check, verify IIS service status in services.msc or via command line scquery w3svc. TCP ports are blocked. Symptom, server is reachable, but specific application ports, for example 8443, are inaccessible. Explanation, firewalls or network policies might allow ICMP ping and telnet, often on port 23, but block HTTPS ports. This prevents the client application from establishing the necessary connection for web traffic. Check. Review firewall rules, router configurations, and network security groups to ensure ports 8443 are open. The SSL Secure Sockets Layer certificate is not trusted, not directly applicable. This would cause browser warnings or application errors related to certificate validation, not prevent basic connectivity. The application would still be able to connect but might display security warnings. The client cannot resolve server's name, not applicable. The question states that pinging and telnet work using both IP address and FQDN, indicating that DNS resolution is functioning correctly. If name resolution failed, these tests would also fail. Real-world example or scenario. I is not running. A system administrator restarts the IIS server after applying updates. The server comes back online, but the IIS service fails to start due to a misconfiguration. Users can ping the server and even telnet to port 80, but their web browsers or custom applications
Okay, so they're using telnet as a way to troubleshoot.
cannot load the website because the web server process isn't running. TCP ports blocked. A network security policy is updated to block all outbound traffic, except for specific ports, for example 8080 for a custom application. The IIS server is running, and users can ping it and telnet to port 80, but the custom application cannot connect because port 80 is blocked by a firewall rule. Answer. The IIS service is not running. TCP ports are blocked.
Okay. So, I got something in my eye. I think it's an eyelash. I can't get it out. I don't know if it's early in the morning or what, but I'm having a hard time understanding.
Secure Sockets Layer (SSL) is a security protocol that creates an encrypted link between a server and a client, typically a web server and a user's browser. This encryption protects sensitive information like login credentials, credit card details, and personal data transmitted online. While SSL itself has been superseded by Transport Layer Security (TLS), the term SSL is still commonly used to refer to both technologies. Here's a more detailed explanation. Key functions of SSL TLS. Encryption. SSL TLS encrypts data transmitted between the client and server, making it unreadable to unauthorized parties.
Okay, so it
Authentication.
encrypts.
SSL TLS verifies the identity of the server, ensuring the user is communicating with the correct website. Data integrity.
Okay.
SSL TLS ensures that the data transmitted is not altered during transit. How it works. 1. Initial connection. When a user connects to a website using HTTPS, which uses SSL TLS, the browser and server initiate a handshake. Key. Exchange. During the handshake.
I didn't know that HTTPS used SSL and TLS. Like, that makes sense. Like, I know what HTTPS is, and I know that makes a secure connection and a safe website is what I'm trying to say. But I didn't realize the way it did that was through SSL, which is secure socket. What is it? Secure socket layer, and then TLS, which is the transport layer security. All right.
The server sends its SSL certificate to the browser, and they agree on a shared encryption key.
So the certificate is the SSL.
3. Encrypted communication, all subsequent communication between the browser and the server, is encrypted using the agreed upon key, protecting the data flow. Why is SSL TLS important?
This is making sense.
Security protects sensitive information from being intercepted or tampered with. Trust HTTPS. Websites with SSL TLS certificates build trust with users, assuring them that the site is legitimate and safe to use. Compliance. Many regulations and industry standards require secure data transmission, making SSL TLS a necessity. SEO search.
Okay, so this is making so much sense. When I first got my job at my new school, I was unable to access the internet, whether it be internal or external, on my computer. It was a desktop, but I was able to access it on my laptop, and it was I kept getting an error back saying bad certificate. I wonder because it was definitely an IP issue, but it was saying that it was a certificate, and all that needed to be done was that my IP address had been expired. I needed it to renew it. But I wonder if secure sockets, like the secure socket layer, I wonder how that connects and how that works with internal systems, with domains, and like just internal systems in general, when it comes to resolving DNS.
Engines like Google prioritize HTTPS websites in search results. SSL versus TLS. SSL secure sockets layer was the original protocol, but it has been deprecated due to security vulnerabilities.
Okay.
.TLS transport layer security is the successor to SSL and is the current standard for secure communication. Although SSL is technically outdated, the term SSL is still widely used to refer to both protocols.
Okay, so that also explains, because I thought that this was legacy to begin with, but then I kept seeing it everywhere in all these questions. It's because the term SSL is just like a vocabulary term that means both of these. I know that you guys don't play drums, but it's kind of like people refer to lugs. Lugs are actually the thing that go on the drum shell that the tension screw goes in, and it's called a tension screw, but no one calls it that. Everyone just calls the tension screw the lug, and then they call the lug that actually goes on the drum the lug. It can be really freaking confusing. Just like how musicians will say that beats and notes are they'll interchange those terms, even though beats and notes are completely different. Okay, that's how it makes sense in my mind. If you're a musician, it'll make sense in your mind too. I don't want to read all of this. I just want the analogy now that I read that.
Digital communication. Without SSL TLS, your data is like a postcard. Anyone can read it as it travels. With SSL TLS, your data is in an encrypted envelope that only the recipient can open, even if intercepted.
Okay, so stuff is making a little bit more sense. So a customer client application is unable to communicate with the internal internet information services, the IIS server. Pinging or establishing telnet communications from the workstation to the server works normally using IP addresses, or FQDN, which is kind of the same thing. Which of the following are possible causes for the network issue? So he's able to be pinged, but he can't have access to the internal information service, like the server. So the IIS service is not running. Okay, that's a strong possibility. The SSL, the secure socket layer certificate, is not trusted. That has nothing to do with anything. And if anything, this supports what I was just talking about a second ago, where I wondered how SSL, like a secure socket, how that linked with resolving DNS, like an internal system. I think this right here just answers it, that it has nothing to do with it. TCP ports are blocked. The client cannot resolve server name. Resolving server name would be a DNS problem. This is not a DNS problem, and the problem itself, it has nothing to do with DNS in general. So that means the application The client workstation may communicate over blocked transmission control protocol. May be communicating over blocked. Interesting. The application workstation may be communicating over a blocked TCP port. How is it? Oh, it's blocked by everything else, but like the computer for some reason has access to it. The workstation can communicate using Telnet via TCP port 23. Ports may need to be manually allowed in and out, meaning that you might have to manually go in and fix it. Okay. The IIS service may not be working, causing the client's application not to connect as well. Service on the Windows computer is viewable through the service management console. Okay, so what might be causing the issue, it might be going through a blocked port, and it just straight up might be down. All right. Nope. We're looking for 5.0. 5.0. Here we go. Whatever. When an Ethernet Cat 5 or Cat 6 cable is individually wires crimped to the wrong port, what is the term for this? Incorrect pinout. Duplex means that they're talking at the same time and they can hear at the same time. Straight through means that it is different devices. A switch to a computer or switch to a router, something like that. Crossover is like devices. It is a switch to a switch or a router to a router. So these three options have nothing to do with wrong crimped. They have everything to do with cables and Cat 5 cables. Well, duplex doesn't. Duplex is the throwaway. But incorrect pinout, because the little part that is on the Cat 5 cable, like the little plastic part that actually connects to the computer and crap like that, you can actually and will be expected to create it yourself. I know that the IT guys at my old school, they had a spool of like, I don't know, 2,000 feet of Cat 5 cable. And whenever I needed a cable, they literally just like pulled it out, snipped it, and then crimped it for me. Like, it was glorious. I would call them up, like, because in my lab, because I'm a graphic design teacher now, I'd be like, hey, I need a Cat 5 cable, and I need it to be 2 feet and 8 inches in order for it to reach. Or, like, one time I needed one to be 13 feet. They just cut it, did it, and gave it to me, and it worked out so well. Okay. Incorrect pins refer to the individual wires within the Cat 5 cable or 6 that are not in the correct order. There we go. Moving on. Number 5. Or we got another 5.0. I don't know what's going on with my thing. It's really kind of annoying. What step in the CompTIA Network Plus troubleshooting methodology can involve, not individuals, approaching multiple problems individually? Okay. I originally thought that this was 2 because I thought that you were going to approach multiple problems by creating a theory. Like but that's not what it is. Creating multiple solutions is number 2. The first step is evaluating and identifying the problem. And by identifying the problem, you are going to identify if it involves multiple problems or not. So like, I can't connect to the internet, or my computer's freezing and I can't connect to the internet. Okay, well, I need to identify what those problems are. They're probably 2 different things.
CompTIA Network Plus practice test. Question.
Okay, whatever. It eventually worked, I suppose. So that's why it is number 1. You have to identify the problem in order to identify that there are multiple problems. 2, 5. Here we go.
A Windows server has recently been remotely joined to the domain by a network admin and is now known as ismarketing01.redwood.local. When pinging the server using its fully qualified domain name FQDN, the reply fails. When trying to remote access the server using the same FQDN, the session does not connect. Applying a divide and conquer approach, Where would a network admin most likely begin to resolve this issue?
And just so you know, when you ping an FQDN, you are pinging this. That's what that is. The qualified domain name. That is what's going on. So, because the DNS translates that into an IP address or vice versa. Okay, that's the difference between a reverse lookup or a forward lookup. Okay, so applying a divide and conquer approach, where would a network admin most likely begin to resolve the issue? So the problem is that when pinging the server using the FQDN, the reply fails, so we're not able to ping. When trying to remote access the server using the FQDN, the session does not connect. So we've now done two different things. We know that there's an issue. We're formulating a theory, and our troubleshooting is that it's not accessible through a ping or through remote access. So what are we going to begin with? We're going to begin with IP issues, which is at layer 3, because there's no reason why we would start at layer 1 or layer 2.
A MAC media access control address. In a divide and conquer approach, you start with the layer most likely to be causing the problem. The DNS or record, including the server's IP address, may not have been created yet. Ping the FQDN. If IP resolution fails, fix the A record. A MAC media access control address is not the immediate concern because the previous remote access assumes local LAN was accessible. A port issue like TCP port 3389 for RDP remote desktop protocol is most likely not the case because remote access worked previously to join server to the domain. A possible failure of a physical cable is most likely not the cause, since the issue occurred after a change in software settings.
So whenever you're troubleshooting literally anything, whether it be this or just like general life things, you always want to go back to the root cause of what it is. So the root cause of this, you might say, well, isn't the cabling the root cause? And that's exactly what I originally thought too. However, the server has been recently remotely joined to the domain by the admin by its known thing. So this means that there was an update. There was an update to the software. Why would I start with layer 1? Why would I start with wires? Why would I think that would be the issue? Okay, if they would have said that like there was a heavy rainstorm or rats were found in the building or something and now I can't connect, yeah, probably might be a physical thing. But since the software is the only thing that changed, then we need to go to software level stuff, which is going to be an IP issue because this is an IP issue. Okay, it's not a MAC. It's not a layer 2. It's not a switch issue, and this could be a layer 4 issue. It could be something that has to do with the ports, but what's below the ports is the IP. And we have two examples that we cannot use our IP. All right, let's keep going.
After an employee in the Human Resources HR department opens an email.
Have you ever wondered what life would be like without HR? Like, I just feel like I'm starting to understand why Michael Scott hated HR so much. Like Toby was just living his life, you know, being the scum of the earth.
The employee's computer becomes unresponsive. The network technician checks the network to verify that there is nothing abnormal about the network's bandwidth. Since the network is not acting abnormally, what resources are likely being attacked on the employee's computer?
Okay.
Select 2.
So what's going on here is that a HR department opens an email, employee's computer becomes unresponsive. Okay, so honestly, the first thing that you do if someone tells you that they opened an email and then all of a sudden their computer is acting really strange or really slow, you tell them to immediately disconnect. Like, you have to quarantine. Even if that's an overreaction, you have to quarantine. That's just that is the absolute like highest level of protocol that you can do in terms of malware. Like, then what you do is you start troubleshooting it from there. You can connect it to a private network or an isolated thing or something like that. Now, this isn't really talking about that. This is taking much more of a general approach, saying that the email is now it's unresponsive. The network technician has checked and verified that nothing is abnormal on the bandwidth, meaning that the internet's fine. There's no latency and there's no jitter, which means that the computer is being attacked through memory and CPU usage. But again, if there is malware, which it's strongly implied, it didn't say, it's just strongly implied, and you know how I feel about that, then it needs to be quarantined immediately. Okay? Just kind of put that in the back of your mind. Because you will never live it down if you didn't quarantine a machine and then it spread throughout the entire network. 2, 1, 1, 3, 2, 3, 1, 1, 3, 2, 5. Here we go.
A user is having a hard time connecting to a wireless AP access point that is not broadcasting its SSID service set identifier. Which of the following is the most likely cause of this issue? Select 2.
So I remember taking this question and being very confused with it because a user is having a hard time connecting to the wireless access point that is not broadcasting its SSD. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, if it's not broadcasting its SSD, then like something's wrong with the AP, right? Like that is an issue. It needs to be broadcasting its SSD. Like why would it not be broadcasting its SSD? But it is saying that you could also go in, like you can do this on your phone too if you have internet issues. You can manually type in and search for the SSID, search for the router. Yo, what's up, Oaks? How's it going? How's life? Anyway, so the problem is wrong name because it's assuming that they're typing the name in wrong, and then wrong password. I mean, just listen.
If SSID broadcast is suppressed, a node can still connect to it by entering the network name manually.
See?
SSID names are case sensitive, so entering a wrong name will prevent a wireless connection. A password, pre-shared key, or passphrase is normally required when manually entering in an AP's SSID. If the SSID name is correct, but wrong password, a wireless connection will not occur.
Okay, a passphrase is normally required when manually putting in an AP's SSID. A passphrase is normally required regardless. Okay, that's stupid. The other thing of this is like, how much does the common person know to do that? They don't. They don't know how to do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of a bullshit question, I'm not gonna lie, but whatever. That's the thing. It has nothing to do with latency. Jitter has to do with VoIP. 2, 5. Here we go.
2 Windows hosts connected to a switch are contending to respond to ARP address resolution protocol queries. Only one of the hosts is receiving network traffic. What is the most likely cause of the issue?
Working man, or easy man, working while watching stream, writing N plus next month. Nice, very cool. Sweet. Okay, so we're not gonna look into it right now. However, we're gonna have to look into MAC addresses because the answer to this one is duplicate MAC addresses. And when I took my A+, and A+ made it seem like a duplicate MAC address was next to impossible. But it was possible to spoof, and it could happen, but it was very rare, and it didn't really happen a whole lot, and it was hard to do. And Network Plus makes it seem like this shit happens all of the time. So, I don't know. I would think that it would be easier to have a duplicate IP address because of IPs expiring and like, you know, just like issues with the DHCP. Like that happened at my school at the beginning of last year. Is they updated or changed the DHCP server, like they like physically got a new thing, and all of the IPs like expired, and none of them would configure, and they had to go back in and like manually configure all of the machines. I think it was a bad deployment, so that would have been bad. What have been management plan. So let's look and see what it says here.
A duplicate media access control MAC address will cause both hosts to contend with each other when responding to address resolution protocols ARP queries. As a result, communications could be split between them or reach only one of the hosts. If Windows detects a duplicate IP Internet Protocol address, it will display a warning and disable IP traffic. In this case, network traffic is still occurring.
Okay, so in its definition of what it's saying is that the duplicate IP address is going to immediately get flagged, and it's going to disable the IP traffic, so that way there's no traffic. And that's probably just a safety protocol. But this means that traffic is still occurring. In our scenario, traffic is not happening because of the ARP request. Only one host is receiving traffic, while only one host is receiving traffic. So a duplicate IP address makes the most sense, I suppose. To me, the expired IP address or duplicate IP address makes the most sense, but CompTIA Network Plus is going to be duplicate MAC. And we'll look more into it to see how common that is. All right, see here, moving on. Here's number 5, or number 55, section 5.0.
What is the first step in diagnosing VLAN assignment issues using ping?
So I thought that I got this right, but I was unsure. I thought it was ping another host in the same VLAN or subnet. So the first step in diagnosing a VLAN assignment issue, I would imagine that you would just want to ping it, right? But you would actually want to ping the loopback address, then the host ID. Pinging another host in the same VLAN, probably not a bad idea, but it's not going to be the first thing that you do.
Pinging the loopback address and then the host's own IP address is the first step to verify that TCP IP is functioning correctly and the host's IP configuration is appropriate. Pinging the default gateway is a subsequent step after verifying the host's own network stack is operational. Pinging a remote host is done to test external connectivity after ensuring local configuration is correct. Pinging another host on the same VLAN is a later step to verify local network communication.
Yeah, right there is a later step, not the first step. Still a step, but not the first one. So what you're going to want to do is first step, ping the loopback address, then the host's own IP address. All right, moving on. Next one.
A wireless AP access point located on a table in the middle of a small office area is not producing a strong enough signal for users on the outer perimeter for higher data rates. Which of the following options is the most likely reason for this issue?
So, fun fact about Wi-Fi. I can't remember what it's called. Is it called Face-Fi? Person-Fi? Something like that. Anyway, scary IT AI update of the week is that they have trained AI. Someone used an AI and trained it to use the Wi-Fi signals that bounce around in the room in order to map out the room to figure out where people are. So it can now see people in other rooms using Wi-Fi. And you kind of sit there and you think, wow, that's really scary. And then you sit there and think and realize that like Wi-Fi and the internet is a byproduct of the CIA. And then you realize that the CIA is already like 30 years ahead of like everybody, which means that they've probably been able to see inside your home since like 2000. So, you know, live with that for the rest of your life. Moving forward, the reason I got this wrong is because I didn't read it correctly. So I thought it was just a weak signal, like the signal wasn't strong enough. I didn't realize that it said the wireless AP access point located on a table in the middle of the office. In the middle of the office. That is prime real estate for a router, or for an access point, sorry. So wrong placement is not what it's going to be. Wrong frequency? Absolutely not, because it's saying that it has signal, it's just not a strong signal. Wrong SSD, SSID? Also incorrect, because we are connected. If we had the wrong SSID, we would not be connected. Okay, which means that it must be a wrong antenna type by default. Hold on, my girl's calling me. Give me one. All right, sorry about that. She's on a trip and she's just telling me that she made it. All right. Okay, so it's wrong antenna. Let's see what it says about the antenna strength, if there's anything new.
Antennas transmit signals in different ways. For example, an access point AP, designed for ceiling mounting, may produce a stronger signal in a cone directed downwards. The office should install an AP with an outward omnidirectional path with a stronger signal.
All right, here we go. Next one is nope. Here we go. We're only looking for the section 5s.
A sysadmin is investigating alerts that say ICMP time exceeded error messages. What should the sysadmin investigate first?
So I originally said switch looping because I thought that we needed to look at like a layer 2 device, but apparently it was routing looping.
A routing loop occurs when two routers use one another as the path to a network. Packets are caught in a routing loop circle around until the TTL expires. One symptom of a potential routing loop is for routers to generate ICMP time exceeded error messages.
Okay, so an ICMP time extended error message is automatically generated when routing loops happen. That makes sense. Incorrect VLAN, that's the throwaway. A system, I don't even know what this is. I don't even think I've seen this before. What is this? Asystematic?
Asymmetrical routing refers to a topology where the return path is different from the forward path.
So an asymmetrical routing refers to a topology where the return path is different from the forward path. I don't know why that would happen or why that would matter or how you would control that. Well, maybe you control it with other protocols. Okay. 3, 4, 5. Here we go.
A network engineer is troubleshooting a problem where a server cannot communicate with remote servers outside of its network. The engineer verifies that the server can ping its loopback address, its own IP address, and the default gateway without any issues.
Okay.
However, attempts to ping remote servers time out. The engineer suspects a routing issue. What should the network engineer check first to diagnose the problem?
Okay, so I think I took a shot in the dark. I don't think I knew. The server firewall settings for any rules blocking ICMP. I didn't know what ICMP packets were when I took the practice test, but it sounded like it was a firewall issue. So that's probably why I guessed this one. The answer is the routing table on the router for any incorrect or missing routes, because it's able to ping its loopback address, its default gateway, without issues. However, when it attempts to ping remote servers outside, it times out. It can't do it. So the engineer suspects a routing issue. So that right there, the fact that the question says the engineer suspects a routing issue, probably not going to be a firewall setting thing. That was a dumb assessment on my part. Okay, the IP address configuration on the remote server could be possible. That's probably a misdirect. A physical network connection between the server and the route. Also kind of possible, but the routing table on the router for the incorrect or missing routes. So we're looking at the routing table. Let's see why it's the right answer and see why mine was not.
Since the server can communicate with the default gateway, but not with remote servers, the issue likely lies in the routing infrastructure. Checking the routing table on the router for incorrect or missing routes is a logical first step to diagnose the problem. While firewall settings could potentially block ICMP packets, the network engineer has already verified communication with the default gateway, suggesting that ICMP is not completely blocked.
So there you go. There you go. We'll go more in depth with it when we go through the review questions. Here we go. Next 5.0 question.
A network consultant is conducting a test to determine the amount of data transferred through a connection over a given period. What is the consultant testing?
Okay, so what the consultant is testing is bandwidth. It has nothing to do with data flow, which we're going to learn way more about today. Baseline is like the first standard stock configuration of the network. Like I have this many routers, this many switches, this many devices, they're connected this way with these IP addresses, and this is how it is. And you always want to refer back to the baseline when troubleshooting, checking for malware, checking for nefarious things, or when checking for changes. Okay, think of it like a blueprint for all of the network. It's more than a topology. It's more than that. Okay, it's not going to be audit logs either.
Generally, bandwidth refers to the amount of transferable data through a connection over a given period. An audit log records the use of authentication and authorization privileges. It will generally record success-fail type events. An audit log is also an access log or security log.
Yep. Okay. Almost done with reviewing these questions.
A network consultant is doing IT contingency planning and is trying to identify likely points of failure for the network. Which of the following would the consultant identify as single points of failure in need of upgrades for added redundancy? Select 2.
So we need single points of failure. This one's pretty easy. Some of the troubleshooting, I'm not gonna lie, is very common sense. Some of it feels like common sense, but if you've never really thought about troubleshooting in general or broken down into like step-by-step things, it can be difficult. So let's look at these options.
There is a single power supply for a critical server. There is a lack of a load balancing device.
So both those awful. Are you seriously going to run your entire server, your entire network on one single power supply and be like, nah, fam, we good? You know, like that's not good. And then a lack of a load balance device. Sure, a firewall can act as a load balancer device, assuming that you have one. That's assuming this question, and you know how I feel about that. But it doesn't make up for not having one.
A backup power generator is available on site. The main server is set up for full backup operation.
So these make me feel better about humanity. You have a backup generator on site. Why? In case shit goes wrong, dude. It's gonna go sideways. That's how it goes. Murphy's Law. What can go wrong will go wrong. The main server is set up for a full backward operation. Got a power outage? No big deal. We lost like, I don't know, all of our data. Don't worry, it's all backed up. You know what I'm saying? All right, that one's pretty simple. We're looking at section 5 troubleshooting. That's what we're looking for. All right, here we go.
Is recirculated and amplified by loops in the switching topology.
What describes what happens when traffic is recirculated and amplified by loops in the switching topology? So switching topology, not routing topology. So that means that the routing loop is immediately thrown out. That's our bad one. Okay. Hardware failure. No, if it was failing, then it wouldn't be stuck in a loop. It would just like shut down. Asymmetric routing. No. Again, that's never really been an answer or anything. We've never really gone over that. So that is also a throwaway. A broadcast storm. Broadcasting definitely goes with switches. It's very, very simple. But again, if you don't have the vocabulary words, like if you don't know what broadcast storm is and you don't know what a switch is or a topology, you're screwed.
In a broadcast storm, traffic is recirculated and amplified by loops in a switching topology, causing network slowdowns and crashing switches.
Good. Moving on. That might have been the last one. Let's find out. Yep, that was the last one. So we are going to go into section 5, into all of its subsections now. Of course. Now, I do want to go over real quick, and I'm going to try to make this as fast as possible. See your results. Okay, this is why I study and do the things that I do, and I can tell that based off of like viewership, because I've been doing this now for like 2 weeks, and I'm streaming for a very like long time, like anywhere from like 3 to 5 hours. I can really tell where people kind of drop off, and I totally understand. But I just want to let you guys know, like, this is why we do what we do and why I study the way I do. Okay, because I knew literally nothing of networking until CompTIA and doing this. I mean, I took the A+, sure, and that does give you a little bit of stuff, but like, I didn't know any of these things. That's why it took me 37 hours to get through all the study material, because I used the practice test and the review questions in order to teach me the subject. And this is how that works. So let's say that you have subject. Okay. And then we have question 1. Actually, we'll say that question 1 is subject 1. And then we have answer choice A, answer choice B, answer choice C, and answer choice D. So I need to know what the subject is. So I'm going to look that up first. Okay, what is this? What is this? Get a gentle understanding. Okay, that's like a level one understanding. Okay, then I'm going to look up each one of these answer choices to learn which one is which and what they actually are. This is known as the 80-20 principle. Okay, and what the 80-20 principle states is that 80% of what you need comes from 20% of the material. We'll say source instead. Okay, from 20% of the source. So then you sit there and you ask yourself, okay, well then why, if 80% of what I need to know comes from 20% of the source, so that means that I basically just kind of need to know a little bit about the subject, and then by process of elimination, I can say that it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. Oh, this is the answer. Check, done. Okay, but if you don't know what this answer is, then, or maybe you do know what this answer is, but you don't know what the other ones are, then you're going to be screwed as well. How many times have you been taking a test, and let's say that you're on question 1, you knew that the answer was D, you have no idea what's going on with answer choice A, you don't even know what this is, you've never even seen it before, and then question 2 comes up, and guess what? It is asking a question, and the subject of the question is what answer choice A was of the last question. This is why I go through all of the answer choices the way I do. Because in all reality, one question has 5 times the amount of information inside of it to learn than if you just got the correct answer. Getting just the correct answer isn't going to be enough. That's not going to teach you anything. That you're not going to learn anything. And then you're going to always feel like there's things going on that you don't know, and you're going to feel very, very like confused. So then the question now becomes, then like, what is this other 80%? This other 80% it goes beyond what the source question is talking about. Think of it like this. If I have an Instagram page, and let's say that it's Digimon cards. I do have a Digimon Instagram page, by the way. Okay, and I actually ran this experiment, and it works. Since my page is Digimon cards, guess what? Instagram is going to say, hey, do you like more Digimon cards? So it's going to be like, hey, here's more Digimon cards. But there's not a lot of stuff that's going on with Digimon cards, right? That's like such a niche thing. So then it's going to say, hey, do you like Pokemon cards? It's similar, and we want you to stay on the thing. Hey, you said that you liked trading cards. What about basketball? You like basketball? Ooh. Oof. You like basketball cards? Or how about just the NBA in general? And all these things are like first, second, third, fourth, fifth removed. And that's how the algorithm of Instagram works. Learning works exactly the same way. So whatever the source material inside of here is, let's say, that it's IP addresses. So it's IP addresses. So then instead of it being Digimon, it's going to say like IPv4, IPv6, and then that's going to branch us out into DHCP. So it's just a matter of branching and finding those connections and getting a much stronger knowledge and depth of what's going on. Okay. So if you study with the 80-20 principle and you maximize everything that you could possibly sponge out of one question, then you're going to learn so much more. There's another level to this as well, where these answer choices and this subject all bring yourself to different questions of curiosity. Those bring you down to different rabbit holes, thus deepening your understanding of the subject material at such a level that when you go back to the original question, it becomes elementary. Okay? So that's why I do the things that I do, because it's literally the absolute best way to learn and maximize everything. Also, the study guide wasn't cheap, man. It was like $200 or $400 or something like that. I don't remember how much it was, but like it wasn't cheap. So like, yeah, I'm gonna stretch it and try to get as much out of it as possible. That's also why I have my my AI set up the way it is, where it gives me a simplified answer, an analogy, and an in-depth explanation, and then a real-world scenario. So that's what's going on with that, and how I study. Okay, and I highly recommend that you do the same thing, because when you do it, you think that you're wasting a lot of time, but you're actually not. If anything, you're saving a bunch of time. Okay, let's move on.
A newly deployed stack with servers, network switches, a KVM key, video, mouse, storage unit, and uninterruptible power supplies has just been fully cabled. After powering on the stack, there seems to be a network connectivity issue between the switch and servers. What is the best approach when trying to resolve this type of network issue?
So we have a brand new thing that just came up, and it's having connection between the switch and the server. So it's wondering what kind of issue this is. So is it a divide and conquer? No, divide and conquer means that you have multiple problems and you have to divide them up and you take them one at a time. Top to bottom, yes, because a switch is more at the bottom. Servers are considered at the top. Don't think that this needs to be in order. It's not a bottom top issue. It's like top to bottom issue means bottom top, top to bottom. It's the same thing. Okay. Well, don't I look like a clown? Because look at the next thing. The next answer choice is top to bottom. I was originally Googled that was the same exact thing. Okay. And then an action plan. An action plan is going to be your approach. So what is the best of... Oh. See, now you have to go back and you have to read the question. What is the best approach when trying to resolve this type of issue? That changes things. It's not just talking about how it's communicating, whether it's top to up or anything. It's what's the best approach. So a newly deployed stack with servers, network switches, store unit interpretable power supply has just been fully cabled. After powering on the stack, the system, there seems to be a connectivity issue between the switch and the server. Well, okay, it says that the problem is between the switch and the server. It doesn't say which one's the problem. What is the best approach when trying to resolve this type of issue? I'm going to go with top to bottom, and we're going to see if I'm right. Wrong. Let's see what's going on with it. Because very clearly, I'm wrong in more ways than one. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here.
Simplified answer. Bottom to top is the best approach. Start at the physical layer, layer 1. Verify cables, ports.
Okay, but when I was doing this last week, when I was Googling things, it told me that it was a top to bottom approach, and top to bottom approach meant it didn't necessarily mean that you're physically going top to bottom. It just meant that you were looking at things going north to south. Maybe I'm getting north and south and top to bottom mixed up. That must be what it is.
Power and switch server interface status. Before moving up the OSI layers. If layer 1 is functional, proceed to layer 2 VLANs, MAC addresses, layer 3 IP configuration, etc. Analogy. Troubleshooting a network stack is like fixing a car that won't start. Bottom to top, check the battery power, fuel line cables, and engine switch server interfaces before diagnosing the dashboard application layer. Top to bottom, trying to adjust the radio application layer before checking if the car has fuel physical layer. Inefficient for a new deployment. In-depth explanation. Bottom to top, layer 1 physical, confirm cables are properly connected, ports are active, and hardware switch server NICs is powered and functional. Layer 2, data link. Check VLAN assignments, MAC address tables, and switch port configurations, for example, trunk access mode. Layer 3 plus, network application. Verify IP addressing, routing, and application settings only after lower layers are confirmed. Why this fits? In a new deployment, physical layer issues, for example, bad cables, misconfigured switch ports, faulty NICs, are the most likely culprits. Fixing layer 1 ensures higher layers can function. Top to bottom. Starts at the application layer, for example, testing if the server's web service is running. Ineffective here because the issue is between the switch and servers, not an application level failure. Divide and conquer. Involves isolating and testing specific layers, for example, test layer 3 first. If it fails, check layer 1 half. Useful in complex scenarios, but not ideal for new deployments, where starting at the lowest layer physical is more systematic. Plan of action, not a troubleshooting method. It refers to a documented strategy for resolving issues, not a step-by-step approach. Real-world example or scenario. Bottom to top in action. A technician deploys a new server rack. After powering on, servers can't communicate with the switch. Layer 1. They check if all cables are securely plugged in, confirm SFPs are seated, and verify switch, server ports are lit. Layer 2. They inspect VLAN configurations on the switch and server NICs to ensure they're on the same network. Layer 3. Once physical and data link layers are confirmed, they verify IP addresses, subnet masks, and gateway settings. Root cause, a faulty transceiver in a server's NIC layer 1. Replacing it resolves the issue. Answer, bottom to top. Starts at the physical layer cables.
So I must have got north and south mixed up with top to bottom. So then is north to south also different from south to north? In the context of network, specifically referring to traffic flow, north to south and south to north are indeed different. That is not... Okay, bottom to top seems to be the path of least resistance, ensuring things are plugged in and switched. Yeah, that's what it just said. I understand it. I'm trying to... I guess it doesn't matter. If I was wrong, I was wrong, that's fine. I was trying to figure out, like, why I thought that. But I guess ultimately it doesn't matter why I thought that. I thought maybe I got it confused with north to south. But honestly, I think what it was is that when I was originally going through this, I must have not have seen that you could have south to north traffic, or maybe it just only used one answer choice, and I didn't do a good enough job researching it. You know what I'm saying? Why direction matters? Okay, we know why direction matters. Okay, let's go move on to the next one.
A physical server has been plugged in, powered on, and networked into the communication closet. Using a KVM key video mouse device, the network technician notices there is no network connectivity. Examining the back of the server, the LED status indicators for the port are off. After identifying the issue, establishing a theory of probable cause, and testing the theory, which course of action should the network technician take next?
Okay, this is a dirty question because it says step 1, 2, and 3, but that's not actually step 1 of the problem-solving process. It's like step 1 of what should be next. So we don't want to document our findings. Documenting findings is the last thing that we do. So he's already established a theory of probable cause and testing the theory. Which course of action does he need to do? He needs to establish a plan, implement the solution, and then verify network connectivity. Let's go. Redemption.
Which of the following troubleshooting steps includes open and closed approaches to obtaining information?
Which of the following troubleshooting steps include open and closed approaches to obtain information? Document findings, actions, and outcomes. Testing a theory to determine the cause. Question users. Question the obvious. Oh, question users. Yeah, with open and closed questions. Normally, when I'm helping someone troubleshoot, I usually ask them to replicate the problem, because 9 times out of 10 the problem is usually the main issue is usually between the keyboard and the chair. That seems to be the common problem everywhere.
When identifying a network problem, which of the following would help pinpoint or isolate the actual issue a user, system, or organization may be experiencing? Select 2.
Isolated the actual issue a user system. Wait, when identifying a network problem, which of the following would help pinpoint or isolate the actual issue a user, system, or organization may be experiencing? Okay, question the user is going to help pinpoint it. And duplicating the problem is also going to help pinpoint it. If you can replicate the problem, you can find a solution. Okay? This is why failure is so important in learning.
A user is unable to print to a network printer. Which of the following is the first step that a technician should take to troubleshoot the issue?
You know, let me just go on a little tangent just real quick. Okay? It's 2025. I can make AI videos of Donald Trump, Joe Biden, George Bush, and like Barack Obama playing Minecraft together or playing Sea of Thieves together, right? I can make those. I can make that. But I still have a hard time connecting to a printer, right? I can have an AI girlfriend that has access to like all of the world and human knowledge and will be everything for me, but I can't connect to a damn printer. I'm not saying that I dislike the advancements that we have done. I'm just saying that we might have skipped a few steps or veered off path somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, a user is unable to connect to the printer to a network, is unable to print to a network printer. Which of the following is the first step that a technician should take to troubleshoot the issue? Identify the problem. That's the very first step. Yep. Even though they say the printer is not connecting and all this stuff, you still have to identify it.
A technician tries the suggested troubleshooting steps to remedy a computer issue. The steps do not fix the problem. The technician discovers additional suggestions at a support website that provide a different cause and potential fix for the problem. What troubleshooting path should the technician follow?
If the theory is not confirmed, reestablish a new theory or escalate. So we don't want to document findings. That means we're done. We're finished. And because that's what you do at the very end. Establish a plan of action to resolve the problem and identify potential effects. No, because he already did that and it didn't work. And now he had to go to like Reddit or something in order to kind of figure out what was going on. And so now he has just read the Reddit post of potential problems. So he needs to go back and establish a new theory. We don't need to duplicate the problem if possible. We just need more theories and establish it. Yeah, let's go.
To fully solve a problem, what proactive steps should be taken?
Ignore any factors that may cause the problem to occur. Well, obviously, No, that is very clearly wrong. Like, that's the throwaway. Increase the complexity of the system to prevent easy access. I love that as well. Hey, this system's really easy. Let's make it harder for the customer. Try to eliminate any factors that may cause the problem to occur. Avoid communicating the solution to the customer. Yep. Hey, customer support, did you fix my problem? Yep. How? You don't need to know that. Actually, it's not even done yet. Like, okay, if that was wrong, I was gonna like end the stream or something. Like, those answer choices were ridiculous.
A system that contains custom applications routinely crashes. IT decides to upgrade the operating system after speaking with application support personnel. In which of the following ways should IT troubleshoot the matter?
So, identify the problem. It's very clear they already have the problem identified. Determine if anything has changed. Well, we're not there yet because the IT this goes back to the questions that need to be like semantics, like the words. IT decides to upgrade. It didn't say that they did. It says that they've decided. So there's nothing to test to see if it's changed or not. Verify full system functionality and application. Well, they haven't done it yet. They've just said that they're going to do it. Establish a plan of action to resolve the problem and identify potential effects. That's what it is. They need a plan of action in order to actually upgrade this. This question reminds me of that show where I think it's called like Utopia or something. And they're like a part of this government and like nothing ever gets done. And they have constant meetings to have other meetings. And they're like, yes, this is our meeting that we are about to start deciding and to maybe forming a committee to potentially be able to learn how to get these things done better. And like, there's like one sane guy and he's like, what are we talking about? Like, can we just make a decision? Okay, we know why it's bottom top. We already had that existential crisis. We'll still hear it.
A bottom-to-top approach of the OSI Open System Interconnection Model is a methodical validation of network components, starting from the bottom or layer 1 physical and going up. This is most appropriate because cables have just been connected. A top-to-bottom approach of the OSI model is a methodical validation of network components, starting from the top or layer 7 application and going down. Systems are at default, so basic network connectivity should be available.
So another thing I do, because like obviously we already had an existential crisis over this question. I used Gemini, I used Vince. I knew what this was. However, I went ahead and read what it said because one, I wanted to hear it directly from CompTIA because that's the test I'm taking. And then two, I think people forget about the importance of repetition and what that means in order to learn and in order to get better. Like I was a musician, still am, still play drums, still teach lessons, do all this stuff. I was a band director, all that good stuff, whatever. Even today, like when I go and practice drums, I do it a lot. Like I'm playing the same warm-ups, the same exercises, doing the same stuff that I did when I was a freshman in high school. And that was a long time ago. It's because it's about the repetition. Repeating something over and over again is so beneficial for it to be ingrained into you because you don't want to just know this stuff. You want it to be second nature. It has to be second nature, right? Otherwise, you're never going to be good. So think about that when you're going through something. And if you learn absolutely nothing from my streams, learn that never assume that you know something. Never assume that you know something and that you're above repetition of something. Okay? It happens to me a lot. It happens to a lot of people, but never do that.
A technician determines that a faulty network connection caused a system error. Which logical approach allows for methodical steps to diagnose the cause?
Okay, let's see here. So we have a technician determines that a faulty network connection is caused a system error. So we've already identified the problem. So what we need to do Yes, because the word determines. He's already determined it. Which logical approach allows the methodology steps to diagnose the cause? So we're not going to escalate it. That's a bad. No. Escalating means two different things. Either in the work ticket itself, the issue gets escalated to like a different person, or in the work ticket itself, it gets escalated to a higher degree of importance. So gathering information, OSI reference model guidance. Well, I don't know. It's going to be one of these two. Technician determines that the faculty network connection caused a system error. So, since we've already identified the problem, why do we still need to gather information? If anything, we should reference the OSI model as guidance to figure out where we need to start our troubleshooting. Like, what layer should we start it at? I'm going to go here. I'm going to go with the OSI model. Yes. Okay. Because gathering information would be identifying the problem.
When changing a system as part of implementing a troubleshooting solution, which of the following practices should be followed? Select 2.
When changing a system as part of implementing a troubleshooting solution, which of the following practices should be followed? Record all changes made during the troubleshooting process. Yes. Okay. Test after each change to ensure the problem is resolved. I mean, I don't know if, I mean that, yes, you do need to test after every change to ensure that the problem is resolved. I don't know if that's necessarily what the question is asking. Make changes without backing up data and configuration. Absolutely, that is what you do. Make all the changes, make no backups. I live life on the edge. When I play Halo, I have my my death connected to my folder 32. So when I die in the game, folder 32 is deleted. I like to live life on the edge. You know what I'm saying? No, that's all sarcasm. That is not correct. Implement all suggested solutions simultaneously to save time. I have a feeling I think that was a movie. So we're gonna test after each. We're gonna test each change to ensure the problem is resolved. Yep.
When considering a troubleshooting methodology, which of the following topics concern identifying a problem? Select 3.
Oh, select 3. So we're going to duplicate the problem if possible. We're going to identify symptoms and gather information. So, hold on. Before I go on a rant, let's see if this is right. So here's my qualm with questioning the obvious. I remember specifically, because when I first did this, I got it wrong. Like, this was like 2 weeks ago when I was first studying this stuff. I thought questioning the obvious was correct. Okay? I was wrong. And then when I took my, I don't know, one of the things, I think it was a practice test or something, in the CompTIA, like where it says like what the correct answer is, it says doing things like questioning the obvious as a part of step 1. So, which of the following topics concern identifying the problem? Identifying the problem, step 1. I would imagine that questioning the obvious is still part of step 1. I feel like this is a treacherous thing. I don't know. We'll have to come back to it. I'll see if I can find it. Maybe I hallucinated just like I did with top to bottom.
A technician tries to duplicate a reported problem on a user's computer. Which of the following troubleshooting steps is the technician focusing on?
Problem identification. Okay, so last year at my job, I'm a graphic design teacher. I'm a high school graphic design teacher. And for backstory reference, the computers were running Photoshop. I have little Dell workstations. They're kind of poo-poo, but they get the job done. And Photoshop was crashing, and it was popping up an error message, and it said GPU driver issues. And it was happening on like 2 or 3 computers. Now, I can control how I update the computers, so I can control how I update Adobe, but I have no control over the computers. Like, that stuff gets rolled out. That's above me. That's the IT department, right? So I took a screenshot of because, like, you know, I've at this point in my life, I'm already A+ certified. I'm in the process of doing this. Like I know how to do a help ticket to best help the IT people, because that's what I want to do, because I want the problem done as fast as possible, and I don't want to be one of those jack-offs. So I take a screenshot of it. I open up the panel of the Dell workstation. There's a QR code. I scan the QR code. I open up the website to the Dell workstation web page. And if you don't know about how workstations work, the whole gimmick of the workstation is that all drivers, everything is on this Dell workstation work page. You just put in your model number, it pulls up that computer, and it should be linked, and you can download all of the drivers and all of the updates and all the things that you need. So that way you don't have to go to NVIDIA and like all these other things. So I pull it all up. I take a screenshot. I even take a picture of the QR code, and I have the link, and I copy all of that, and I put it all in the work ticket, and I say, this is what's going on, this is what needs to happen. The troubleshooting, or the technician comes in and sits down and says, yeah, man, I don't know what to do. I can't replicate the problem. Buddy, you don't need to replicate the problem first of all, you don't need to replicate the problem every single time. 2, I gave you everything. I gave you a screenshot. I gave you everything. Okay. So they escalate the issue because it's just happening to more and more computers, right? And I even put that in my work ticket. Like, we need to update the driver to all of the computers because it's only a matter of time before they all get affected, right? Higher up comes in, fixes 2 computers. We'll see. Oh, we'll see if that fixes it. When has updating a driver ever made things worse? When is updating a driver after you've updated other issues, other software, when has that ever caused problems? Never. When has updating a computer and not updating other things caused issues? All the effing time. All of the effing time, right? So, the first guy comes back in, and he starts like looking at it and like whatever. And he's like, I don't know, man. It says that it's the same driver. And I look over. The dude is looking at the CPU driver, not the GPU driver. And I was like, you know that these have graphics cards, right? He's like, oh, y'all have graphics cards in here? It's a graphic design class. We 3D model. Yes. So if you are an actual technician out there, please, like, read the thing. Try your best. I don't know what the moral of the story is. I'm all hopped up now. Okay, we're moving on. Okay. I'm better now. I can't believe that, like, I gave them all of the information, and then they were still hung up on the fact that they could not replicate the problem. Like, oh my gosh.
A help desk operator is troubleshooting a site that is no longer responsive. Which of the following is the last step the operator should perform?
Documenting findings. Whenever you're done with absolutely everything, you should document your findings. Yeah, and then when I told him that he needed to go to the website to download the driver for the GPU, it's only like a 1650. Like, it wasn't even like a really powerful GPU or anything. And he's like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. I'm like, how do you have a job? How is this possible? Are we just hiring incompetent people now? Is that what goes on? Can any schmuck just get a job? Like, there used to be standards. Okay, documenting your findings. I hope that guy documented down all of the findings of all of the things. LOL, my workplace IT should have said, have you tried turning it on and off again? Ooh. Oh, man. And you know what's funny is when I first got there, because at my old school, I was responsible for everything. Like, I had to pick out the PC parts. I built the computers. I had to maintain them. I did everything. I don't know why the IT didn't do it. Mainly, probably because our district only had like 5 IT guys, and like they were always run ragged. But I was so used to doing everything that when I first got there, they told me to keep all the computers on all the time, so that way they can always roll out new things and that they can take care of all of the updates. And then they didn't take care of the updates. It sounds like to me that we need to work on our management plan. Just saying. Okay, document all your findings. That's what it is. Whenever you're done troubleshooting something, always document your findings. I feel like I'm Alex Jones right now. And I'm like 76, like I feel like I'm freaking out, like I'm crushing out right now. Okay.
A user calls to report that email is not working and that there is a printer jam. Which troubleshooting approach is best when identifying the problem?
So a user calls and reports that email is not working and that there's a printer jam. So we're going to approach multiple problems individually. We're not going to divide and conquer. Divide and conquer is when you have crap. I just broke it in my brain. Approach multiple problems individually. Divide and conquer is when you have one problem with multiple possible solutions, I believe. Hold on. We're going to say I'm unsure because I want to know what this is. Actually, no. Hold on. Yes. I don't want to repeat another top to bottom incident. I sure did look like a clown then, didn't I? Almost out of tea. All right, let's see here. I really just care about divide and conquer. This is what I want.
Components, for example, testing network. Divide and conquer involves isolating components, for example, testing network, versus application for email issues. Useful for narrowing down a single problem, but not ideal when 2 unrelated issues are reported.
Okay, 2 unrelated issues are reported. Fantastic. Awesome. Always joke, I'm like, oh yeah, dude, I'm A+ certified. That means I'm certified to fix paper jams. And to change your password.
When following standard troubleshooting guidelines, an IT support technician asks a user, did it ever work? And when did it last work? These questions help with which of the following troubleshooting approaches when identifying the problem.
Not documenting findings, actions, or outcomes. That's the very last thing. Not testing a theory. We are trying to establish a theory. Ooh, or we're trying to determine if anything has changed. Did it ever work? When did the last time it worked? I'm going to say to determine if anything has changed. Yes. Establishing a theory would be after we had to figure out if something has changed or not. The theory is to figure out why it's changed, not to establish if something has changed.
A sysadmin is reviewing an alert for the firewall that a piece of malware was downloaded to a computer on the network. What steps should the sysadmin do to help mitigate this in the future? Select 2.
Okay, sysadmin is recovering a alert for a firewall that a piece of malware has or was downloaded to a computer on the network. Well, it's an alert. What steps should the sysadmin do to mitigate this in the future? This is a shitty question, okay? Because first of all, it's saying that it's an alert, which means that it hasn't been confirmed. Second, it's saying to mitigate this into the future, making it sound like it wants that the question is asking for preparations to stop this in the future. But that's not what the question is asking. I remember this question very much because I broke it down a lot when I first went over section 5.1. So we're going to confirm the theory because it's just an alert. It's not even we don't know yet. Okay, and then we need to establish a plan of action to resolve, determine if anything has changed. So this is really crappy because it says to mitigate this in the future, making it sound like it's adding something new, but it's not actually adding anything new. Okay, it is just doing the same thing. It is what does he need to do? Like, what's his next steps? Now, after I just explained it and rationalized it, let's see if I'm right. And I'm wrong. Let's learn. Confirm the theory and then establish a plan of action to resolve the problem. What do we got?
Since the administrator suspects they know what the issue is, following the basic network troubleshooting steps, the next step is for the administrator to confirm the theory. After confirming the theory, the next step the administrator would take is to establish a plan of action to resolve the problem. The administrator would have already determined if anything had changed in the very first troubleshooting step, identifying the problem. Implement preventative measures is not a basic network troubleshooting step, and is not a step the administrator would perform as part of troubleshooting the issue. The administrator would have already determined if anything had changed in the very first troubleshooting step.
See what I'm saying? Like, it's not asking about how to mitigate this in the future. It's asking about how this relates to the troubleshooting process. This is a really crappy question. It is not worded very well at all. So because it's an alert, it hasn't been confirmed. So we need to confirm the theory. And then after we confirm the theory, the next step in the troubleshooting process is going to be establish a plan of action to resolve the problem. Which in reality, that doesn't really make sense because oh no, yeah, it does. It does because we confirmed the theory. So then we have to, well, no, we have to test the theory. So all around, this is a bad question. I'd see, right? Yeah, it's a weird question. It's a weird question. Do not like that question. Okay, bottom up. If you guys are just now joining the stream, you missed it. I acted a clown earlier.
Power supplies has just been fully. A newly deployed stack with servers, network switches, a KVM key, video, mouse, storage unit, and uninterruptible power supplies has just been fully cabled. After powering on the stack, there seems to be a network connectivity issue between the switch and servers. What is the best approach when trying to resolve this type of network issue?
So when this was actually the very first question in the studying, and I thought it was top to bottom, and I went on this big tangent about why it's top to bottom to top isn't a thing, and then bottom to top became the answer, and I looked like a clown. So the reason it is bottom to top is because, as Oaks also said in the chat, bottom to top seems to be the path of least resistance. Ensure things are plugged in and switched on, etc. And he's absolutely right. It's way easier to start at the switch or router, one of these areas. Make sure that ports and all of these things, switches, things turned on, things are plugged in, all the different types of stuff. All right, here is our weird question. And a lot of times if you get it wrong, it'll reword the question. But it didn't reword the question. It gave me the same exact question, which I don't know why it has it. So basically it's saying that you are the sysadmin. You've received an alert that a firewall, that alert from the firewall that a piece of malware has been downloaded. Okay. As the sysadmin, what is the next steps that you need to take in terms of the troubleshooting process? That's going to be confirm the theory and establish a plan of action to resolve the problem. Okay, this is the same exact question, and the answer is still the same. Confirm the theory and establish a plan of action. And then this is the same question it was a second ago, because these are the only two questions that I got wrong. We're talking about the bottom to top. Sweet. All in all, I did pretty good. Let me just kind of self-glaze there for a second. I'm the greatest technician in the world. No one lose packets on my watch. Here we go, 5.2.
Why might you budget for a signal loss through internal walls?
Why might you budget for signal loss through internal walls? Well, if it's Wi-Fi, which I hate when it makes you apply things. I'm implying that it's Wi-Fi, and that's because it absorbs. To comply with wireless network standards to ensure the network operates below maximum capacity. Hey, sysadmin, what's your job? Oh, man, I'm just trying to make sure that the network's operating as lowly as possible. Oh, it says maximum. I read it wrong. I thought it said minimum. Okay. So the answer choice was actually to ensure the network operates. Oh, no. Below its maximum capacity. My first initial thought was correct. I'm a sysadmin, and I'm just trying to make sure that your internet experience is the worst possible thing. Hey, my name's ParaDiddlePete, and I'm trying to make sure that your internet experience is as awful as possible. To account for potential signal degradation indoor environments. That's the answer. To reduce the cost of network installation. Answer choices can be funny. Make sure it runs on 802.11a. Oh, good nerd joke. Oh, man, that was funny.
A technician installs and connects some spare switches in a network closet by using crossover cables. Auto MDI MDIX is not supported. For some reason, the switches are not communicating with each other. What does the technician note about the configuration while troubleshooting the issue? Select 2.
You know, I had a friend that she worked for this technology company, and the technology company was supposed to be like an outsource, like server kind of thing, like they managed other people's data. But the only problem is that all of the stuff that they used was like outdated, like hardcore, and they were getting hacked by like everybody, by like Americans, Russians, like Indonesians. Like it didn't matter, dude. Like every week they were getting hacked and their data was being held for ransom. And that was always the joke. I don't remember what the company was, what the name of it was, but every time we'd get together, because like we'd usually eat dinner with them once a week or once every other week. She's like, well, my company got hacked again. I'm like, Emily, maybe you shouldn't work for them anymore. Okay, so what's going on in this question right here is that auto MDI/MDIX is where you plug in a Ethernet cable, and the machine just internally is smart. It automatically knows if you've plugged in a crossover cable or a straight through cable, and it fixes it internally. So it doesn't matter if you've plugged in the wrong one or not. It'll just automatically work. So, and most things are auto. Most things are auto MDI. Okay. But this question is saying that it's not supported, that's not a thing. So you need to make sure that you're using the correct cable. Just so you know, the correct cables are straight through is device to device. No, sorry. Straight through is device to unlike device. So a switch to a router, a switch to a computer, things like that. That needs a straight through cable. A crossover cable needs is a unlike device. Sorry. Crossover cable is a like device. Okay. So think like computer to computer or switch to switch, something like that. Okay. So for some reason, in this question, the switches are not communicating with each other. So the fact that it says switches are not communicating to each other, that tells me immediately that we're dealing with a crossover cable, okay? And that it has been crimped wrong, has been terminated wrong. The way this works is that information is transferred over pins 3 and 6. And it's kind of, well, let's answer the question, and then we'll get a diagram of a cable so that way you can better understand why we cross them and what it means. Okay, so transmission occurs on pins 1 and 2. Crossover cable T568A on one end and T568B on the other end. This means that they are crossed over. So what does the technician note about the configuration while troubleshooting? Well, he's going to note that the crossover cable uses T568A on both ends. This is also really worded kind of strange, but the technician installs a connection between some spare switches and a network closet using a crossover cable. For some reason, the switches are not communicating with each other. So this crossover cable doesn't have the correct ends on it. And that transmission occurs on pins 3 and 6. Let's see if these are the correct answers for this. No. Let's look up. Let's look this up. Because this is important. It's slowly becoming legacy, but you're going to need to know it. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking exactly for this right here. Okay. What are Ethernet crossover cables? Wait a minute. Yes, crossover cables. That picture is misleading. When using a crossover cable, it goes PC to PC or switch to switch. Okay, this is why the early Xbox 360 days, a lot of people had issues with LAN parties, because the early, like the launch date Xbox 360 didn't have auto MDI or MDIX. You had to have the correct crossover cable in order to connect Xbox 360 to Xbox 360. Toward the end of its life, it got it, and it didn't matter so much anymore. When using a straight through cable, it's a PC to a switch. Okay. Here we go. Wiring strands.
Second, wiring standards. As we all know, T568A and T568B are Ethernet cable wiring standards recognized by ANSI, TIA, and EIA. They differ in the order of the 8 core colors, as shown in the figure below. Okay,
so we have T568A, and take a note of where 3 is. 3 is green, blue is 1, 2 is yellow, and 4 is brown. When we have the B, you don't need to say T568A. You can just say A and B wire. So when we have the A wire, 3 is going into pins 1 and 2. And pairs 2 are going into pins 3 and 6. What we do is we cross these and we change them. So that way, on the other end, it's pair 2 is going in pin 1 and 2, and pairs 3 are going in pins 3 and 6. This has to do with receiving and transmitting data. So instead of having a different port on every single device, because that would have been the logical thing, right? Have a 2 different keyholes, two different female ends. You would have the female end that gave data and the female end that received data, right? And then that also wouldn't have made a lot of sense. Okay, think of it like a DPI port. DPI, or a display port, can be daisy chained, but in order for it to be daisy chained, there has to be an in port and an out port, and they're labeled, right? They could have a different key configuration, but that's not how these wires are working. The ports are all the same with the same pins, and the pins all do the same thing on all of the devices. It's the wire configuration that changes in order for it to be plugged in to determine if it's going to give or receive. And they didn't change the key. And what I mean by key, the key is the shape of the wire that gets plugged in. So that means the only way that you can tell what the configuration is if you actually physically go and look at the wire connections. Okay? See? Like, how are you gonna know? There's no way to know. how to make an Ethernet crossover cable. Straighten them all out, put it in there, you crimp it down, get a cable tester, you make sure that all of the crosses are reading on all of the pins and that they are reading on the correct ones. Okay? So now let's figure out what, because that is true that transmission occurs on pin 3 and 6, but I don't think that's necessarily correct. Well, it's not necessarily correct. It's not correct in terms of this answer, in terms of this question. So let's see what the question's actually asking. Now that we've armed ourselves with more knowledge. Whoa. Oh no, I dropped my pen. Here we go. Let's... standard is both sides. Connector A. Wow, 23 seconds. That's long.
Ethernet straight-through cables use the same wiring standard at both ends, connector A and B, T568A or T568B, in practice. Most applications use the T568B standard at both ends, which is generally considered better shielded against electromagnetic interference, as shown in the following figure.
So, twisting the wires, also, just in general, if you twist it, it's going to shield itself better through electromagnetic interference as well. That's why you have twisted shielded and twisted unshielded, unshielded twisted, things like that. Okay? Let's see what's going on here.
Simplified answer. The technician should note, the crossover cable uses T568A on both ends. Incorrect. This makes it a straight-through cable, not a crossover. Transmit occurs on pins 1 and 2 of the switch, correct for 10/100ths Mbps. But if the cable is miswired, transmit pins will conflict.
Okay. So if we had a T568A on both ends, then that would be a straight through. A crossover means that it needs to go from device to device. And that's exactly what it is, because we're dealing with switches.
Analogy. Crossover cable, like a telephone line, where the talk and listen wires are swapped at one end so two people can communicate. If both ends use the same wiring 568AB, it's like both people talking through the same wire, no communication. Transmit on pins 1/2, like using the correct microphone input, pins 1/2. But if the other end's listen pins 3/6 aren't connected, the signal gets lost. In-depth explanation. The crossover cable uses T568A on both ends. Problem, a proper crossover cable requires T568A on one end and T568B on the other to swap transmit pins 1/2 and receive pins 3/6 between devices. Impact, if both...
Okay, so I got it backwards. I thought pins 1 and 2 received and pins 3 and 6 spoke, but it's actually the other way around. Okay, pins 3 and 6 receive. So it's saying that the answer is the technician should note that the crossover cable uses A on both ends. This makes it a straight through cable. This question's also a little weird too, because it specifically says he's using a crossover cable. He gets switches in the network closet by using a crossover cable. He connects them, but something's going on. So then it must not be a crossover cable. So that must be the issue. And then transmission occurs on pins 1 and 2.
Both ends use T568A, the cable behaves like a straight-through cable. When connecting two switches without auto MDI-MDICs, this creates a transmit-to-transmit and receive-to-receive connection, leading to no communication. Why it matters without auto MDI-MDICs, the physical wiring must manually cross TX-RX pairs. Using the same standard on both ends breaks this requirement.
TX is transfer,
Transmit occurs on
RX
pins 1 and 2 of the
receive.
switch. Fact, for 10/100ths Mbps Ethernet, transmit TX uses pins 1/2, and receive RX uses pins 3/6. Issue, If the crossover cable is miswired, for example, both ends T568A, the TX pins one half of one switch connect to the TX pins of the other, causing a conflict. Troubleshooting step, the technician should verify that the crossover cable swaps TX and RX pairs, T568A on one end, T568B on the other, to ensure proper signal routing. Transmit occurs on pins 3 and 6. Incorrect. This would imply a miswiring, for example, straight-through cable used for switch-to-switch, or a misunderstanding of Ethernet pinout standards.
So why can't it be that one? If we're assuming, like the question said that he is using a crossover cable. Crossover cable uses T56.8A and T56.8B. That's what a crossover cable uses. But one of the answers is that the crossover cable is using a T56.8A on both ends. That's not a crossover cable. That's a straight through cable. So if we're assuming that he grabbed the wrong cable and we're implying that, and you know how I feel about that. I hate just implying things with questions. Then why can't we imply that the cable itself was crimped wrong? All right, let's read the
The
real world
crossover
scenario.
cable uses T568A on one end and T568B on the other end. Correct wiring for crossover. This is the proper configuration. So if the technician notes this, it's not the issue. However, if the technician did not use this and instead used T568A on both ends, this is the root cause. Real world example or scenario. Scenario: a technician connects two switches with a crossover cable. Issue: the switches don't communicate. Troubleshooting: the technician checks the cable's wiring and discovers both ends are T568 a straight through. They also confirm that transmit signals from...
So then it's not a crossover cable. You're not going to say, oh yeah, man, I used the crossover cable to connect those two things. And you look at it like, that's not crossover cable. This is not a crossover cable. And what? What do you mean? Like, I don't know. I'm getting caught up on semantics. Let's move forward. We'll come back to it.
Which of the following is true about the impact of drawing power down a PO cable?
It increases the maximum distance of the cable, can cover over without signal loss. It generates more heat, which can affect data. That's true. It can generate more heat. It decreases the cable's resistance and enhances thermal performance without additional measures. So which of the following is true about the impact of drawing power down a PO cable? Power over Ethernet. Yeah, generates more heat.
Computers connected to a network in a new building are experiencing slow network speeds. An administrator is troubleshooting the issue and sees that the new building uses the plenum space for the Ethernet cable runs. How could this contribute to slow network speeds?
See, this is also very interesting because the A+ talked about how you were supposed to use plenum space so long as it was available. Like, that's what you needed to use because of fire code and things like that. And you'd even use a plenum cable, which was also not very efficient. But if you do that, you're gonna get interference. So how could this contribute to slow network speeds? By causing a short, receiving the transmitted and receive. What? Oh, by reversing the transmit and receive? No. By causing interference? Yes. And then by causing an open. I don't know what that means. Yeah, because you're going to have crosstalk. You're going to have interference. And that's why I've never understood why people ran Cat 5 cables in buildings. Like in my old school, and I'm imagining in my school now, that's all through the ceiling. It's nothing but Cat 5 cables. When I ran network in my house to de-Wi-Fi my house, I ran Cat 7. No. I ran Cat 8 cables. And I dropped them down. And I picked Cat 8 cables because I wanted the best shielding possible, because I knew it was going to be running next to all of the other stuff. And I also knew that like I didn't need a lot of it because my house is not very big, so like it would be fine. You know what I mean?
An administrator purposely created a cable with an incorrect pinout so that the cable could connect two hosts together for direct communication. What kind of cable did the administrator create?
So he created it with an incorrect pinout. See, some of these questions are worded so strange. He made a not a dirty optical cable. No, that's like legitimately like the optical cable. It's got dirt in it, and the light can't go through. You get a dirty cable, dude. It sucks. Like, it's yeah, not fun. Okay, a rollover cable. I'm pretty sure a rollover cable is a serial cable. Not an unshielded cable. It's got to be a cross pair. Yeah. Let's what is this? What is a rollover cable? Rollover cable, also known as a Cisco cable. Oh, or a console. That's what I thought. A rollover cable is a console cable, which those are also slowly becoming obsolete too. Everything, the console port is becoming accessible either through a straight through or a the other one. Was it the straight through or the not rollover, crossover? Either crossover or straight through cable, or USB even. So or Ethernet to USB. That's also a thing as well for console ports.
What is the purpose of using matched pairs in transceiver deployment?
Matched pairs. Remember when I first did this, I didn't understand what a matched pair was. If I remember correctly, a matched pair is the port. So to ensure aesthetics uniformity, no, it has nothing to do with aesthetics. To ensure capability between TX and RX wavelength possible. To match the color of the transceivers, to double the network speed, to ensure capabilities, because we need to make sure that the transceivers, which is the media port that gets plugged in, they need to match. Yeah. Let's strengthen this real quick with AI, just to make sure. My thread's getting too big. It's about to break. I can tell. Oh yeah, we're getting close to the end of this life. Boom, boom. TX means to transport. RX means to receive. X, and this abbreviation, means wave. The reason they don't do TW or RW is because those acronyms were already taken through radio. I just want the simplified answer and the analogy.
Simplified answer. To ensure compatibility between TX transmit and RX receive wavelengths, matched transceivers must use the same signaling standards. For example, 850 nanometers for short-range multimode versus 1310 nanometers for long-range single-mode. Mismatched wavelengths or signal types, for example 10G base SR versus 10G base LR, would result in no communication or signal degradation. Analogy. Using matched transceivers is like tuning two walkie-talkies to the same frequency. If one is set to 446 mmHz and the other to 900 mmHz, they can't communicate. Similarly, mismatched transceivers, for example, one sends at 850 nanometers, the other expects 1310 nanometers, will fail to establish a link.
That's exactly correct. And in case you didn't realize it, when we're talking about transceivers like this, we're talking about fiber. Okay, that's why it says 10 GB base SR, 10 GB LR. So the SR stands for short range, LR stands for long range. And if I remember correctly, SR has a length of 550 meters. And I think LR has a range of 5 kilometers, if I remember correctly. That's why down here it's talking about TX and RX wavelength compatibilities, and has SFP, SFP plus, and QSFP. Those are all fiber. This is all talking about fiber. Yeah, let's do the real world scenario and then we'll move on.
Real world example or scenario. Correct pairing. Two 40G base LR4 transceivers, 1310 nanometers wavelength, are installed in switches and connected via single mode fiber. They negotiate a 40G link successfully. Incorrect pairing. One switch uses a 40G base SR4 transceiver 850 nanometers, multimode, and the other uses 40G base LR4 1310 nanometers, single mode. The wavelength mismatch prevents the optical signal from being recognized. The link fails, and the network team must replace the transceivers with matched pairs.
Yep. Yep.
Although fiber optic cable does not suffer from attenuation in the same way as copper cable, there will still be some loss of signal strength from one end of the connection to the other. Which of the following can contribute to signal loss in fiber? Select 3.
So, dirty optical cables. Electromagnetic interference is a no-no. Fiber is immune to electromagnetic interference because it doesn't deal with electricity. It deals with light and flashes of light. Okay, very, very interesting. Mismatched coupled cables, that could also be a thing. Just like how we just saw in our last little analogy that we had here where it was talking about in our last question. This also strengthens the fact of why we do what we do and why we're doing it with the way we're studying. Because we learned everything we needed in our last question in order to answer this question. Incorrect transceivers, that would also basically cause not just degradation, but inoperability. Yep. So I didn't just know this question's answer just because I knew that this wasn't and it was selecting 3. That's a test taking skill, sure. But remember, you don't just want to pass the test, you want to know the information. If you're going to do this and you're trying to do this and you want this to be your career or you're trying to get a promotion or something like that, you need to know this information inside and out. It goes so much further beyond the test.
A network engineer is troubleshooting an Ethernet connection between two buildings. The engineer notices that the network devices were upgraded, but the wiring was not. The engineer needs a connection that can handle 10 GBPs at 500 METs for a distance of 300 feet using RJ45 connectors. What type of Ethernet cable should the engineer replace the Cat5 with to meet the connection standard?
Cat5 6A. And I've gone off on a tangent about this before. Like, I don't understand how the standard just keeps raising when these wires have been around for a while. Like, when Cat5 became the standard, I remember Cat4 was the standard, and Cat5 was the standard, and it was the standard for a really long time. They already had Cat6 and 7 and 8, and I understand that they were expensive, but they were expensive because they did different things. That's what I never really understood. Like, I'm a home, I'm trying to connect my Xbox. Xfinity gives me a Cat5 cable to connect my internet box to my Xbox. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Like, I wish it was shielded, but it'll be okay, hopefully. I'm just playing games. But when it comes to like a school or a building and they're running Cat5 cable in the walls, like, why are you doing that? Okay, now we're going over this stuff. So this is the same scenario that we had earlier. We'll read the question, we'll read the answer choices, and we'll read why it is the answer.
A technician installs and connects some spare switches in a network closet by using crossover cables. Auto MDI MDIX is not supported. For some reason, the switches are not communicating with each other. What does the technician note about the configuration while troubleshooting the issue? Select 2. The crossover cable uses T568A on one end and T568B on the other end. Transmit occurs on pins 3 and 6 of the switch.
Making it not a crossover cable. This is such like misleading. He grabs spare switches in the network closet by using crossover cables, except he didn't use crossover cables. this makes it a straight through cable.
As an intermediate system, a switch port uses MDIX and receives on pins 1 and 2 and transmits on pins 3 and 6. The cable between the host interface port and switch interface port should be straight through, either T568A on both ends or T568B on both ends, and not a crossover cable.
This is also strange. It says the cable between the host interface port and switch interface port should be a straight through cable. Okay. I mean, I agree with you that when you're interfacing from the host interface port to the switch interface port, it should be a straight through cable because those are two different devices. However, in our scenario, we are dealing with two spare switches. So it should be a crossover cable. Hold on. We're going to just solidify to make sure that I'm not making an ass out of myself. Well, what happened? Do crossover cables use or do crossover cables thinking. Yes, you're right. Crossover cables use wiring on one end and be on the other end. God, I'm thoroughly confused now. Okay, so this is saying, yes, you're right on track. A crossover cable uses T568A wiring on one end and T56B wiring on the other end. Okay. So a crossover cable uses on the other end, and a straight through cable uses T568A on both ends, or T568B on both ends. So crossover cable talks to like devices and has two different points on its wire. Okay? A straight through cable has the same exact things on both ends of the wire and talk to different devices. This is saying, what does the technician note about the configuration of the troubleshooting issue? The issue is that the crossover cable uses T56A on one end and T568B on the other end. Why is that an issue, though? The technician installs a connection and installs and connects some spare switches in the network closet by using a crossover cable. That's correct. Crossover connects like devices. Crossover has 2 different points. It has the A and the B. For some reason, the switches are not communicating with each other. What does the technician note about the configuration while troubleshooting the issue? He notices the crossover cable uses T568A on one end and then T568B on the other end. And that transmission occurs here. Historically, in the days of hubs and very early 10 out of 100 switches, dedicated uplink ports and crossover cables were made these connections. A crossover cable has T568A terminated and T568B terminated on the other end. Am I reading this entire question wrong? I think I read into this that it's not something that it's not actually saying. So let's look at it from a different angle. Okay, we have a technician, and he has installed 2 switches. Doesn't say 2 switches; it just says switches, plural, meaning more than one. We're gonna say 2 switches. Okay, the network closet in the network closet, and he's using a crossover cable. The auto detect is disabled to determine like if it's crossover or whatever. That's disabled. For some reason, the switches are not communicating with each other. What does the technician note about the configuration while troubleshooting the issue? So what, like, basically, what has he observed? What does he observe? He's observing that transmission occurs on pins 3 and 6 on the switch. That a crossover cable uses T658A on both ends. Well, that's not a crossover cable. That's a straight through. This question is not asking what the issue is. This question is asking what he notices when he's troubleshooting. What does he see when he's troubleshooting? They want facts about the crossover cable. They don't want to know why the switches are not communicating. This question is not asking you to figure out the troubleshooting. It's asking if you understand what a crossover cable is. I completely misunderstood this question. That's wild. I thought that it was a troubleshooting thing about why these things are not connected. That's why I went on those tangents that I did. But that's not what it's asking at all. It just simply wants to know, what did he notice when he was looking at the configuration? Well, he noticed that he used a crossover cable, and on one end of the crossover cable is 68A, and the other one is 68B. And he also noticed that transmission occurs on pins 3 and 6. Done. Nothing else. Nothing more. Nothing about solution or anything like that. That is all this question is asking. This is a shit question. Don't get tripped up by this.
What should be done if the power requirements of all connected devices exceed the switch's power budget?
What should be done if the power requirements of all connected devices exceed the switch's power budget? Decrease the number of connected devices. I mean, obviously, yes. But if the devices are connected, chances are you need them. Okay? So that, although that fixes the issue of the power, it doesn't fix the issue that you need all the devices. Okay? Use the shown power inline command to decrease power consumption. Could. Okay? Provision another switch or use power injunction devices. That sounds more better. That sounds more like what's going to happen. Increase the cable length to reduce the power consumption. That will never work. Anytime you ever increase a cable, especially like an extension cord, you will always increase the amount of power that it has to consume. The longer the cable, the longer the distance, the more energy you need to move energy. That's why really long extension cords are really thick, because there's a lot of amps that are going through there. And the more amps you have, the hotter it gets. So, provision another switch or use power injunction devices. Yes.
A sysadmin is running into an issue that traffic is getting dropped by the network equipment. After researching the issue, the sysadmin finds that the individual packets are too small. What should the sysadmin remove to resolve the issue?
We're losing packets. He needs to remove giants. What should he remove to resolve the issue? Oh, they're too small. He needs to remove runts. Runts are small, giants are big. Bandwidth is the overall size of what's going on, how the packets and the data is moving. Baseline has really nothing to do with this. That's the baseline topology, configuration, everything of the overall system and network as a whole.
An engineer troubleshoots a recent network configuration. Two switches that connect via a crossover cable cannot communicate. Which statements would help the engineer describe the current configuration? Select 2.
Now this question's way better. Which statements would help the engineer describe the configuration? What's going to describe the configuration is that transmit occurs on 1 and 2. Transceive, like receiving, occurs on 3 and 6. And a crossover cable uses T568A on one end and T568B on the other end. These are the statements that would best describe the current configuration. This is the same question, but different from the one that I was just complaining about. This is way better. Oh, damn it! I forgot to click the stupid thing. I could have sworn I clicked it.
While working on connectivity issues, a network consultant attempts to determine the amount of loss suffered by the components on the fiber transmission path. What is this called?
Not a broadcast storm. Broadcast storm deals with switches. Not interference status. Actually, I don't know. I can't define interference status, so I can't plainly knock it out. DNS issue. That's a throwaway. He didn't say anything about DNS or names or anything like that. What we're talking about is degradation and loss through fiber transmission path. Low optical link budget. I'm going to say it's low optical link budget. And I'm totally going off my gut. Just because they didn't really say anything about interface or status of an interface, which is usually virtual. We're talking about physical loss. Yeah. Test taking skills are important, but what's more important is actually knowing the information. In fiber optic communication, a link budget, also known as a loss budget or power budget, represents the total amount of signal loss, power loss, that an optical link can tolerate while still functioning reliably. Honestly, I don't know. We're going to do this.
Simplified answer. Low optical link budget is the correct answer. The optical link budget quantifies the total signal loss attenuation across a fiber optic path, connectors, splices, cable length, If the cumulative loss exceeds the system's budget, the link fails, and the consultant would note a low optical link budget as the root cause. Analogy: the optical link budget is like a battery life indicator for a flashlight. If the battery's signal strength is too drained, loss too high, the flashlight fiber link won't work. Checking the battery link budget tells you if the flashlight can still function before replacing parts.
Okay, I want an in-depth answer only on these.
Low optical link budget. Definition: the total signal loss from connectors, splices, cable attenuation, and other components in a fiber optic link is close to or exceeds the system's maximum allowable loss dB loss budget. Purpose: measured in decibels dB to ensure the transmitted signal remains strong enough to be detected at the receiving end. Example: a fiber link budget is 30 dB. Actual loss from connectors, splices, and cable length adds up to 29 dB. Acceptable. If actual loss is 32 dB, link fails, insufficient signal strength.
Okay, that makes
Interface
sense.
Status. Shows layer 1/2 state, for example, up, down, speed, duplex,
that's what I
error
thought.
counts. Does not measure fiber optic loss or signal degradation.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, let's look at a real-world scenario here.
Real-world example or scenario. Problem: a data center's 100G fiber link between switches frequently drops. Troubleshooting: the consultant measures optical loss using an OTDR, optical time domain reflectometer. They find that a dirty MPO connector, used in 100G QSFP28 transceivers, introduces 3 dB of additional loss, pushing total loss beyond the link budget. Cleaning the connector reduces loss, bringing it within the link budget, and restoring connectivity.
This is the 80-20 principle. This is the 80%. Okay, this is the other 80%, because 20% of what this AI said was more than enough to answer the question. The other 80% of information that what this pushes out is things like this: OTDR, optical time domain reflectometer. I don't know. It sounds made up. Oh, I mean, I guess all words are made up. Anyway, point is that I didn't even know that this thing existed, but it makes total sense. And I'm also applying it to like my real world things. The last time I had to stream graduation, it's probably about a year or two ago, and we were having issues. The fiber was in the press box, but we were on the field. There was a fiber line that was dropped onto the actual football field behind the goal, and there was issues that were going on with it. I remember the guy pulling out a device and not really knowing what it is. Now I know that it's an optical time domain reflectometer. And he said, I remember the fiber technician said, oh, it makes sense. When I was putting these terminals in, they fell on the ground and there was dirt inside of it. And I remember thinking, like, how do you have a job? Like, wouldn't that be like rule 1? Like, oh, I dropped it in the dirt, so let me clean it. But anyway, just go to show that it's not impossible for you to get a job because other incompetent people have them. Never feel bad that it's or feel that it's impossible for you to get a job, because if there are stupid people out there and they're able to work, you're able to work.
An administrator connected a system on one side of a large telecommunications center to a system on the opposite side of the center with a crossover cable. However, the two systems are unable to communicate due to the distance of the cable. What is happening to the signal on the cable?
So we have administrators connected a system on one side of the center, and it's going to the opposite side of the center with a crossover cable. However, the two systems are unable to communicate due to the distance. So this would be attenuation. Attenuation is the degradation of signal over a space. Okay, it's usually associated with wires, but it's not always. It's just degradation of signal in general. Okay, interference would have been like radio frequency waves or some type of electrical interference or something, but it didn't say anything like that. Noise would have also been interference done by like a wave of some kind, like some type of electrical wave. Throughput is the amount of data that's going through it, which also has nothing to do with anything, because it didn't talk about how the throughput went down or up or anything like that.
An engineer has a task to survey an old building and determine the current network infrastructure. Building owners state that some cabling is from a recent installation. The engineer achieves a speed of 10 Gbps while testing the cable up to 100 meters, and also determines the cable to be well shielded. Based on the engineer's findings, the cabling meets what specification?
So It's not Cat 3. Cat 3 is unshielded and cannot hit those speeds. Cat 5e, I think, might be able to hit the speed, but it is unshielded. Cat 6 is shielded, and I'm pretty sure it can hit those speeds at that. Let's see. No. So that means it must have been Cat 7. Let's get a little bit of... Whoops. Actually, when it circles back around, we'll throw it in the AI. Because CompTIA might just give me the right answer.
A desktop engineer is responding to a support request, stating that a brand new machine with 16 gigabytes of memory and an M2 SSD is still running too slow. What component did an administrator poorly choose when ordering the device?
So this is another really strange question. Because he's talking about that they have a brand new computer, a new machine, and it gives us the memory and it gives us the M.2 SSD. Okay. But it's still running slow. What component did the administrator poorly choose? Well, it could be like they don't give us any like context of like what this person is using this machine for. It could be memory. I mean, if they're a video editor or something like that, they might need 64 gigabytes of RAM. You know what I'm saying? But that would require us to infer a lot with this. Okay, M.2 SSD, that's pretty fast, but M.2 NVMe is way better. Okay, so it could be the hard drive. However, this is not a hard drive. This is an SSD. Okay, although hard drives, the term is also interchangeably used, even though there is no hard disk drive that's in there. Bandwidth has nothing to do with bandwidth because we're not talking about any type of network. So processor has to be what it is. He must have cheaped out on the processor.
An administrator connects both a router and a gateway that have dissimilar media types. What kind of issue does the solution remedy?
Transceiver issues. Transceiver and media type they're the same thing. That's what we are connecting the fiber into. Okay, it's not a shielded cable issue. Okay, a shielded cable issue would not be fiber, and it wouldn't be a media issue. It would be a degradation issue. Duplexing issue would be an internal problem. It would be a communications, and we'd be losing packets. A short issue, depending on what it means by the word short, it could mean distance or it could mean that there's a physical short in the cable, which goes back to degradation. So both the router and the gateway have dissimilar media types because the router has a copper cable and the gateway is probably fiber. Yep. Transmits over 3 and 6. Cat 7.
Cat 7 cable is fully screened and shielded FTP and rated for 10 GBE applications up to 100 meters, 328 feet. The cable supports transmission frequencies up to 600 MHz at 10 gigabits per second. Cat 5e is tested at 100 MHz like Cat 5 was, but the higher overall specifications for attenuation and crosstalk, meaning that the cable is rated to handle gigabit Ethernet 1 Gbps throughput. Cat 6 can support 10 Gbps speeds only over shorter distances, nominally 55 meters, but often less if cables are closely bundled together.
Okay. What is 55 meters? $180 feet. And that's why when I ran the network in my house, I did not do Cat 6. I'm pretty sure I used Cat 8 and a combination of Cat 8 and Cat 7. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
What describes the calculation of a checksum based on the contents of a frame used to detect errors?
Okay, CPU is the Central processing unit of a computer. So that's not it. CNMP. Crap. Something protocol. I always think, anytime I see an M, I always think it's mail. And it deals with email and stuff. And I don't think. I think that this might actually deal with mail, but I don't think that's what it. MOU. I'm pretty sure that is a memorandum. I think that's what that is. And it could be a CRC. I also don't know what checksum is. There's a lot of things I don't know about this one. Okay, we're gonna use our good old friend AI here. Okay, I'm gonna go grab and make more tea. I'll be right back. Here's some more jams. Whoa, what's happening? Hold on. Okay, I don't know what happened. I'm gonna go make more tea. I'll be right back. Okay, let's look at this.
Simplified answer. CRC cyclic redundancy check is the correct answer. CRC is an error-detecting code calculated from the frame's data and stored in the frame check sequence FCS field. If the CRC at the receiver doesn't match the sender's calculation, the frame is discarded due to corruption. Analogy. CRC is like a checksum for a shipping manifest. The sender adds a total CRC to the package. The receiver recalculates the total. If it doesn't match, the manifest frame is thrown away discarded because the data contents is corrupted. In-depth explanation. CRC cyclic redundancy check purpose. Detect accidental changes to raw data in a network frame, for example Ethernet, Wi-Fi. How it works. A mathematical algorithm, for example CRC32, generates a checksum from the frame's data. This checksum is stored in the frame check sequence FCS field of the frame. The receiver recalculates the CRC and compares it to the FCS. If they differ, the frame is discarded due to corruption. Why it fits? CRC is the only option tied to error detection at the data link layer, layer 2. CPU's central processing unit, a hardware component that executes instructions and processes data. While the CPU performs CRC calculations, it is not the checksum mechanism itself. SNMP Simple Network Management Protocol, used for monitoring and managing network devices, for example querying interface status, errors, does not calculate checksums for error detection in frames.
So
Memorandum of Understanding, a legal or policy document defining agreements between parties, unrelated to technical error detection in networking. Real-world example or scenario. CRC in action. A router sends an Ethernet frame with a CRC32 value of 0x12,345,678 in the FCS. The receiving switch recalculates the CRC. If data was altered, for example due to interference, the CRC mismatch causes the frame to be discarded. No error correction, just detection. Impact of CRC errors. High CRC errors on a switch port often indicate physical layer issues, for example faulty cables, duplex mismatches, or electromagnetic interference.
Okay, that makes sense.
A checksum is a short, fixed-size value that is calculated from a block of digital data to detect accidental errors during transmission or storage. It acts like a unique fingerprint for a specific set of data. Here's how it generally works. Calculation at the source. Before data is sent or stored, a checksum algorithm, also called a hash function, is applied to it, generating a checksum value .transmission/storage:. The original data, along with its calculated checksum, is then transmitted or stored .verification at the destination. When the data is received or retrieved, the checksum is recalculated using the same algorithm .comparison. The newly calculated checksum is compared with the one that was initially sent or stored .detection. If the two checksums match, it's highly probable the data is error-free. If they differ, it indicates that the data has been altered or corrupted during transmission or storage.
Interesting. So it's important because of data integrity, authentication, efficiency, and early warnings. Checksums provide an early warning system against unexpected data changes, whether accidental or potential malicious. Wow. Okay. Learning a lot of things. So then the CRC is recycle redundancy check. Not recycle.
Cyclic.
Cyclic. I wanted to make sure I said that correctly. Cyclic. The purpose, direct accidental changes to raw data in a network frame to detect. Okay. Mathematical algorithm generates a checksum. So it's a form of checksum. Okay. What describes the calculation of a checksum based on the contents of a frame used to detect errors? A CRC, not a CNC machine. CRC. All right, let's try not to screw this one up, Tyler.
A technician installs and connects some spare switches in a network closet by using crossover cables. Auto MDI MDIX is not supported. For some reason, the switches are not communicating with each other. What does the technician note about the configuration while troubleshooting the issue? Select 2.
So what does he notice? This has nothing to do with the issue. This has everything to do with what does he notice? Not is there an issue or like whatever. For some reason these are not connecting. But that doesn't matter. That is that's the subplot. That's not the full plot. The full plot is we're trying to make sure that we can identify what a crossover cable is. That's what we're doing. That's the whole point of this question, is that we're identifying a crossover cable. The crossover cable uses T568A on one end and T568B on the other end. Do I still have that wire? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Okay. Also, transmit occurs on pins 3 and 6. Hallelujah.
What are the potential causes of intermittent loss of connectivity in a cabling system? Select 2.
So intermittent is the keyword here. So periodically use fiber optic cables instead of copper. That has nothing to do with intermittent loss. Okay, crosstalk, sure. Because crosstalk is where you got a cable, like a Cat 5 cable, something that's whatever, that's not shielded, and it's next to electrical cables and their interference. Okay? Excessive untwisting at the cable's end. Okay? Now, we also have attenuation. One of these is a misdirect. Is it going to be excessive untwisting at the cable's end? Meaning at the end of the cable, it has constantly been ripped off, untwisted, whatever, and then crimped down again. Or is it going to be crosstalk? I'm going to say that crosstalk is the misdirection, because although that's interference, it's not loss of connectivity. Attenuation is. This is my rationale. And I was correct.
A wiring expert runs new Ethernet cabling in an office. The chosen cable type allows for distances of 100 meters, 328 feet, with speeds of 10 Gbps, fully screened and shielded. Based on the characteristics of the standard Ethernet cable categories, which type of cable is the wiring expert installing?
So Cat 3, that's a negative, because Cat 3 it deals in megabytes, not gigabytes. Cat 5e is actually not it either, because I don't think it can reach 10 gigabytes. I know it can reach 1. It might be able to reach 5, but it's definitely not going to reach 10. Cat 6 can reach 10 gigabytes, but it's very limited in terms of its length. So it's going to be Cat 7, because Cat 7 meets the criteria of 100 meters and 10 gigabytes a second, which is insane, by the way. If I remember correctly, 1 gigabyte a second, I can't remember what the length was, but it's like 1 gigabyte a second through fiber, whatever the distance is like 1/10 of the speed of light, which is like crazy to think. All right, here we go.
Attenuation is the loss of signal strength. Specifically, it is the ratio between the signal strength from where the signal starts to where it ends. How is the loss of signal strength expressed?
Decimals. These are not the same decimals that like you hear. These are not audio frequencies. It's still decimals because of its frequency, but it's not audio. Throughput. Shit, it might be throughput. It's not going to be interference. Interference is not a measurement. It's what happens. It's not going to be noise. Hey, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. It's Stop. Ow. No. Okay. It could be throughput. Throughput is the measurement of how much data can go through something, but I'm pretty sure it's decimals. Yes. Let's see why it's not throughput. Let's see what the difference is. What you doing, boy? Besides trying to make biscuits on my bare thigh. Attenuation is measured as logarithmic ratio in dB. Yeah, it deals with logs. Things get crazy, dude. Things get real crazy when you're starting to like have to make some of these calculations and stuff. Decimals qualifies reduced in power. Okay, analogy.
Think of attenuation like a water leak in a pipe. Decibels measure how much water signal is lost from the start to the end of the pipe cable. Interference noise, like debris in the pipe that disrupts flow, but isn't the measurement of loss itself. Throughput, how much water actually reaches the other end, which may be affected by leaks, attenuation, debris, noise, or pipe size bandwidth.
Okay, so that's throughput is how much data actually made it. It's the, oh, okay, if I remember correctly, it is the time it takes for data to go from one end to the other end, excluding stops. So, like, if I wanted to go from Houston to San Antonio, how long is that going to take? But I'm not going to factor in stopping to eat or go to the bathroom or get gas. Let's see here. The actual amount of data successfully transmitted over the network in a given time. Yep. Throughput is affected by attenuation, but also by bandwidth, congestion, and protocol overhead. Look at this. The transmitted power is -5 dBm. Received was 12 dBm. Attenuation -5 minus -12 equals 7 dBm. If the attenuation exceeds the system's optical link budget, the link fails. Man, this stuff gets muddy fast.
A sysadmin is running into an issue that traffic is getting dropped by the network equipment. After researching the issue, the sysadmin finds that the individual packets are too large. What should the sysadmin remove to resolve the issue? An engineer has a task to survey an old building and determine the current network infrastructure. Building owners state that some cabling is from a recent installation. The engineer achieves a speed of 10 Gbps while testing the cable up to 100 meters, and also determines the cable to be well shielded. Based on the engineer's findings, the cabling meets what specification?
So, I have another buddy that's like way into like computers and stuff with me, and he's like, he knows about networking and whatever. He's a teacher as well. he'll come to me, and he's like, yeah. That kid over there, he's losing packets. Like he's missing packets in the old noggin, if you know what I mean. Like it's all UDP, man. He's like he's just throwing information out. Nothing makes sense. He's missing things. Things are dropping left and right. Like he's missing packets. Okay, the answer to this is 10 GB and at 100 meters. It's not going to be Cat 6 because Cat 6 can do 10 gigabytes, but it can't go 100 meters. But Cat 7 can. The dreaded question. Which statement would help the engineer describe his current configuration? His configuration is that he has 2 switches and a crossover cable. And that would be a crossover cable is T568A on one end, T568B on the other end. And transmit occurs on pins 3 and 6. Okay, I'm not going to lie. That one took a really long time because we had to look at things and we got hung up on the crossover cable. But I feel significantly stronger with that stuff. Whoa, no. I'm not ready to retake. Not ready to retake. I'm going to retake on Sunday. I don't think I'm going to stream my retake because I don't want to... I just want to focus on taking the test. You know what I mean? I probably will stream taking a practice test. I'm just not going to restream this one. All right.
You are configuring a new network segment that includes 3 switches: switch A, switch B, and switch C. Switch A is connected to switch B is connected to switch C, and switch C is connected back to switch A, forming a triangle. To prevent loops, you decide to implement the spanning tree protocol, STP. After enabling STP, you notice that one of the links between the switches is not forwarding traffic. Which of the following links is most likely to be in a blocking state due to STP?
So it's hard to tell. We don't know what the hierarchy is. We don't know what the badge IDs are and stuff like that. So let's see here. The link between switch B and C, we don't know. Link between C and A, don't know. Link between A and B, don't know. Any of the links could be the blocking state depending on the badge ID. That is correct. And the question did not give us the badge ID. It did not give us that information.
Users are reporting that they are unable to access the company's shared drives within the corporate wireless. However, if they are hardwired, they can access the shared drives. What is the most likely reason that they are having issues accessing the shared drives?
Probably a DNS issue. Site survey means that you go to the actual location and you survey the area. You look at the area to determine physically where wires are going to go and what needs to get done. Attenuation is degradation of signal from where it starts to where it ends. DNS issue means that depending on if you're on the World Wide Web or if you're just like in a local type of thing, that's gonna determine whether you can access websites or servers and stuff like that, which probably what's going on here. Sounds like it's a DNS issue with the Wi-Fi not being configured correctly and hardwired is. Baseline is literally as it sounds. It is the baseline configuration of the entire network as a whole for the entire company or wherever it is that you're doing things with. So it's all of the IP addresses, it's all the subnets, it's all the logical topology, the physical topology, it's all of it, and should always be referred to whenever there are changes made and or constantly checked to ensure that there are no changes being made that were unauthorized. So DNS issue sounds the most correct. Yep.
You are unsure if the gateway address is correct for one of your subnetworks because traffic is not leaving the network. Which of the following tables could you look at to check if the gateway address is correct?
The ARP table is going to be doing MACs. The MAC address table is dealing with MACs. The state table determines whether a port is up or down. It's got to be the routing table. And that also makes sense too because the router should be the gateway, the default gateway. Yep.
In a newly set up branch office, a network administrator configures the network with the subnet 172.16.0.016. All devices are supposed to communicate within this subnet. However, the administrator notices that host X, with the following configuration, cannot access the shared resources located on a server within the same subnet.
So we have, here is the IP address. Here's the subnet. Here's the default gateway. Just a reminder about subnets. Just a quick little, well, we don't need to hide it. Okay, just a quick little review. When we have 255, ugh, gross. Can I turn this? When we have 255.250, woo. I hate hitting these buttons on this thing. 255.0. Each one of these is an octet, which I'm sure that we all already know. This one, when you have this and all these are zeros, you're dealing with A IP addresses that are class A. When you have this one and this one, it's class B. And then we have this one and this one, it's class C. That's a C. And then this is the port. Yeah. So port might be the wrong vocabulary term. All of these are octets that are based off of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that are all based off of the binary code. This would be 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and 128. Okay. So this means when it's 255, that means that they're all ones. The fact that this is 0 means that they're all 0. Okay. Just kind of like just a quick little review about subnets because we spent a lot of time on that on, what was it, Tuesday or Monday? We spent a lot of time on that. And I just want to make sure that we all kind of understand what that is. And like if this was 128, then that means that it would be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It'd be this. it'd be 1. And then that means that our IP address would be 172.16.25.34/1. No. No. Okay. What we would do is then we would add up all the ones. So this is 8 ones, 8 ones, 8 ones, 1. So 8 plus 8 plus 1, because I'm adding up all the ones that are in the binary code. So that's 8, 16. Crap, I suck at counting it by 8s. 8, 16, 24, 25. /25. So just a quick little like about subnets, so that way you don't forget, you know. If you have any questions about any of that, always, you know, drop a comment or anything like that. All right, so going back to this. So the question is how we have a newly set up branch. The network administrator configures the network in the subnet, okay, and our subnet is 16. Okay, so if we would have gone back to our thing, we would have made it so that way equals 16 instead of 25. And the way you would have done that, is that you would have messed with this thing right here in order to get 16, because obviously it wouldn't have been 16 because this was already 24. Okay. Whoops. Okay, so we have 16. All devices are supported to communicate with this subnet. However, the administrator notices that host X with the following configuration is not accessed. It cannot access the shared resources located. Was the primary reason why the host X inability to access the shared resources? The default gateway is misconfigured. Doesn't look like it. Could be. Okay, subnet mask is too restrictive. That could be a thing. The IP address is incorrectly assigned. The server's IP address is on a different subnet. That's probably most likely. And the fact that we know that is because this is 25 and this is 0. The IP address is incorrectly assigned. So the network administrator configures a new network with the subnet this. All devices are supposed to communicate within the subnet. However, the admin notices that host X with the following configuration cannot access the same shared resources located on the server. So this is the subnet. This is the address. This is the IP address that it has. I think the IP address is incorrectly assigned, because if it was, why would it have 25? 1600. Subnet mask is too restrictive. Man, I don't know. I confused myself. We're going to have to come back to it.
A user installs a financial software package that requires cloud access. For some reason, the application fails to connect to the cloud server. What is the most likely cause of this issue?
Okay. The user installs financial software package that requires cloud access. For some reason, the application fails to connect to the cloud server. So it fails to connect to the cloud server, doesn't fail to connect to the WAN. What is the most likely cause of the issue? Not incorrect time. Didn't say anything that made it insinuate that it was time sensitive. Incorrect host-based firewalls. Very strong. Duplicate IP addresses? No. Then if you had a duplicate IP address, you wouldn't even be able to connect to the WAN. You're right, I think. Okay, well, let's find out. Unresponsive services. It has nothing to do with unresponsive services. If it was duplicate IP addresses, then you wouldn't be able to connect to the WAN. There we go. Thanks, Joseph.
What happens when a topology change notification (TCN) is received in a network using STP?
Okay, that's spinning tree protocol. So what happens when a topology change notification in the TCN, topology change notification, is received in the network using STP? Root bridge is reelected. Possible. The network topology remains unchanged. No, that's a negative. That's thrown out. Ports may change their status from forwarding to blocking or vice versa. All ports are set to blocking. No, it's going to be ports may change their status from forwarding to blocking. They're going to do this to stop looping. Yes. Let's go.
What might be a symptom of a malicious attack on a DHCP server?
Frequent IP changes, no. Decreased number of DHCP requests, no. Address pool exhaustion, yes. Increased network speed, no. If a malicious attack, if your company gets maliciously attacked and somehow their network is working better, then you got an issue. Like, there's a lot of issues going on. Like,
After a sysadmin fixed the configurations of one of the switches, the number of packet collisions dropped to near zero. What setting was most likely contributing to the packet collisions?
So sysadmin fixed configurations, one of the switches. The number of packet collisions dropped to near zero. Probably duplex. Memory, it's referring to RAM. Packet counts, no. Bandwidth is how big things are going. It has to do with duplex. Duplex is how switches and stuff talk. Like walkie-talkies. Are you going to talk and I can't talk and I have to wait for you to finish and then I can say something? Or is it like a cell phone where we can both say at the same thing at the same time and we can both hear at the same exact time? All right, now let's look at this thing. The subnet mask is too restrictive. You already know. We're gonna work on this. Okay. So let's look here. Because subnetting is important. It's like a super big part of the job. So the configurations. Let's look here. The configurations of the subnet is 172. Dang it, dude. I hate that I write like crooked. I don't know how to fix that. 172.16. God, I suck at this. 16.0.0/16. Okay. So it configures a network on the subnet of 172.16.0.0/16. Now, in order to figure out the number of addresses that are possible, we need 2 to the power. I don't know why I drew a caret key. 2 to the power of 32. Subtract 16. So is that 16? 16 plus 16 is 32. So then it's going to be 2 to the power of 16. So what's 2 to the power of 16? So then we have 65,532 IP addresses. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I'm trying not to read this first. I'm trying to go based off of my own knowledge first. Okay. All the devices are supposed to communicate with this subnet. However, the admin notices that host X with the following configuration cannot access the shared subnet. So if this is our subnet, then that means our subnet's going to be 255.255 points. So it's going to be 00, right? No. No, that's wrong. Okay, what does it say? Walk me through it.
The correct answer is that the subnet mask is too restrictive. The subnet mask of 255.200 and 55.200 and 55.024 is too restrictive for the intended subnet of 172.16.0.016. This incorrect subnet mask limits host X to the 172.16.25.024 subnet, preventing it from accessing resources outside this range within the larger 16 network. The IP address 172.16.2534 is correctly within the 172.16.0.016 subnet. The issue lies with the subnet mask.
But wouldn't that just mean that it's on a different subnet? And that's also one of the reasons why too. Let's consult our AI friend. How you doing, Joseph? You still there? Is life going well? Hope life's going well for you. I use the same tea bag because I'm out of tea. The ratio between tea and water is greatly shifted in my cup. It's more or less 85, 90% hot water. Never been a coffee man myself. I don't know why. Jesus Christ, dude. This is really thinking. I've never had a response take this long before. Like, look. 8 seconds. 12 seconds. 11 seconds. 11 seconds. Oh, that one took 37 seconds. 10 seconds. There it goes. Wow, it took over a minute. That's crazy. Okay, let's see what it has. The subnet mask is too restrictive. 255, 255, 255, 0 instead of 255, 255, 0, 0. Ah, I was right. Yeah. Okay. No. Okay, I was right in my calculations. So this is the subnet for this, which means that you have like 35,000 IP addresses, like something ridiculous. Host X treats this IP address to this IP address as its local network. Okay, that's a really big range. Okay, actually, well, it is a big range, but it's not a big range in the sense of this. The server in the same /16 is outside this 24 subnet. So host X attempts to route traffic through the default gateway. The default gateway is here. Is in the /24, which is not the same as /24, which is not the same /24 as host X. The default gateway Host X cannot reach gateway. ARP fails, so it cannot communicate.
A subnet mask is like a postal code. If host X has a 24 mask, for example, 172.16.25.024, it assumes only devices in that neighborhood 172.16.25.1254 are local. The server is in a different neighborhood, for example 172.24, but the same city 106. Host X tries to send a letter to the city post office default gateway 172.16.
Okay. I'm glad you're here, Joseph. Yeah, these questions are worded really weird, or some of them are. Anyway, you got to know what they're asking. And then when it's complicated with things that I struggle with, like subnetting, making sure that I understand it all, I can get tough. So subnet mask is like a postal code. Okay, I understand that. If host X has a mask of /24, so that would be this, and this would be the /24. Okay, it assumes only devices in that neighborhood are local. So that would be anything from 1 to 254. Okay, that makes sense. And the reason that makes sense, the reason that this makes sense is because /24 is, we'll do the math real quick. How many addresses is that? Well, we don't need to do the math because we can figure it out very easily. /24 is going to be 1 through 254. So it's going to be 254 IP addresses. Actually, it's going to be 255 IP addresses, but you subtract 2. And the reason you subtract 2 is because you need 1 for the default and 1 for broadcast. Those are reserved always. The server is in a different neighborhood, but the same city. Host X tries to send a letter to the city post office default gateway, which is this 172.16.01, but the post office has a different neighborhood, 172.16.0.0/24. So the letter never gets delivered. I'm starting to understand, but I think that the issue isn't necessarily, what did it say? The subnet mask is too restrictive. I don't necessarily think that's too restrictive. I think it's just on a different subnet. Subnet mask mismatch. The network is here, which is 16, which is 2.52.255.255.00, which is what I came up with. So that makes me feel good. It means I did that correctly. Host X uses 255.255.255.0, which is a completely different subnet. So /24 subnet mask, which splits their 16 network into 256 similar subnets. Hold on. Host X uses this subnet, /24 subnet mask, which splits the 16 mask into similar, smaller subnets. Host X IP places it on the 172.16.25.0 /24 network. Okay. Impacting communication. The problem: if the server is in a different /24, host will route traffic to the default gateway. Problem: the default gateway is the /24, not the host. Why the other options are wrong. Default gateway is misconfigured, is invalid, but host subnet mask makes it unreachable. So wouldn't this just mean that the host and the what is it, default gateway Okay. So here, let's look at a scenario. A network is configured for 172.16.00/16. Host is misconfigured to /24 subnet mask. The server has 172.16.10.50, same /16, but 24 subnets. The issue: host X tries to reach server and checks if it's in its local. Since the server is not in the /24, host X sends traffic to default gateway. Default gateway is in /24, which is not host's local network. Host cannot ARP for the gateway MAC address, so it's dropped. So yeah, they're just on different subnets, right? Yes, but the root cause is the host subnet mask, not the gateway IP. So that's why it says that the subnet mask is too restrictive, because of the side of the error that the error's on. The error is on the side of the host, not the side of the gateway. The side of the gateway has it correct, but the side of the host, it's too restrictive. The host is using /24 subnet. So it's treating that as the local. So it's treating this as its local gateway. But that's not the local gateway. The default local gateway is this. And it's in a different /24 subnet. So it is in a different gateway. Sorry, so it is in a different subnet. Let's see if we can get an analogy going, and then we'll move on.
A subnet mask is like a neighborhood boundary. If host X lives in 172.16.25.024, it assumes the gateway 100 and 72.16.0.1 is in a different neighborhood, 172.16.0.024. Host X tries to send mail to the gateway but realizes it's outside its local neighborhood. If the neighborhood boundary subnet mask were 172.16.0.016, host X would see the gateway as part of the same city and deliver mail directly.
So this question's really worded a little weird, like a few of them have been, because the main issue, the primary reason, is that it's on the wrong subnet. Okay, but that's not the question. The question says, what is the primary reason for the host's inability to access the shared drive? The subnet is too restrictive. The way we know the subnet is too restrictive is because the subnet for the network is 00/16, is this right here. That /16 means that it has a huge range of numbers. But our subnet right here, 255.255.255.0, that's a /24. That means that its range is way smaller. So the host's range is smaller than the gateway's range, and they are on two different things. So the scope of the IP addresses are not lining up. We have a misconfiguration in terms of subnets. This is a really hard question. Let's read this one more time, and then we'll move on.
The correct answer is that the subnet mask is too restrictive. The subnet mask of 255.200 and 55.200 and 55.024 is too restrictive for the intended subnet of 172.16.0.
So it's almost like it's a subnet inside of a subnet. It's on the wrong one, and the IP addresses that it's using are also wrong.
0.016. This incorrect subnet mask limits host X to the 172.16.25.024 subnet, preventing it from accessing resources outside this range within the larger 16 network. The IP address 172.16.2534 is correctly within the 172.16.0.016 subnet. The issue lies with the subnet mask.
Someone just rang my doorbell. Bet it was a wasp. Bastards. I'm always in a constant battle with wasps, man. The red wasps. It never ends. It never ends. Okay, so it's always down in the details. You have to figure out what are the main sources of information in the question. So this is the main source of information. This is the main source of information, and then what is it actually asking? Okay, let's keep going.
A network technician observes the network nearing maximum capacity, and the CPU utilization of the switches jumps up 85%. What is happening to the network?
So it's not a DNS issue. DNS has to deal with resolving IP addresses and translating them into like human language. It's not a certificate issue. That has to deal with like DNS, HTTPS, HTTP. Okay, the keywords CPU utilization, and yes, switches and routers all have CPUs. Okay, anything that's technological has a CPU. The switch jumps to 85%, so that's high. That's really, really high. Just for instance, my CPU is at 52%, and I have like all these browsers and 3 monitors, and I'm streaming, like, you know, just kind of give you reference. So what is happening to the network? It's putting it in overdrive. So it's either multicast flooding or it's a broadcast storm. In order to be able to answer this question, we need to know the difference between multicast flooding and a broadcast storm. So broadcast storm is where so multicasting is when you're sending an information out to multiple people. Broadcast is where it's being sent out to everyone regardless. So multicast flooding can be caused, I believe it can be used in a DDoS attack. Broadcast storm means that it's happening in every single port. I'm pretty sure that this is a broadcast storm because it jumped up. I don't know. Let's see. Let's ask AI. And let's hope that it doesn't take another, 80 seconds? What did this one take? This one took 25 seconds. But that question was tough. It required math. All right, here we go. Broadcast storm occurs in a layer 2 loops. Miswiring switch, spinning tree protocol failure cause excessive broadcast traffic to flood the network. Okay. This flood switches. Let's just have it read it. This is the main issue right here. A multicast flooding overload does not spike CPU like a broadcast storm.
A broadcast storm occurs when layer 2 loops, for example, miswired switches, spanning tree protocol failure, cause excessive broadcast traffic to flood the network. This floods switches with traffic they must process. Broadcasts are processed by the switch's CPU, leading to high CPU usage and network congestion. Analogy: a broadcast storm is like...
So that's right there. That's the whole key, is that the broadcasting is used by the CPU. I don't know how multicasting is done, unless multicasting is just so small that it barely is a blip on the CPU.
A chain reaction in a crowded room. One person shouts a message broadcast, and everyone repeats it. Switches forward it to all ports, causing chaos and overload. The switches, like people in the room, can't function normally because they're overwhelmed by the noise traffic. In-depth explanation. Broadcast storm. Layer 2 loop. If 2 switches are connected via multiple paths without STP spanning tree protocol, broadcast traffic is endlessly forwarded, creating a loop. Impact. Switches process every broadcast packet, ARP, DHCP, etc. In the control plane CPU. High CPU usage, 85% occurs as switches forward traffic in a loop, leading to network downtime or severe degradation. Why it fits. High CPU on switches is a signature of broadcast storms, as the switch must process every broadcast packet. Network congestion max capacity aligns with a looped broadcast storm overwhelming the network. Multicast flooding occurs when switches cannot map multicast group members, for example video streaming, routing protocols. Impact. Traffic is sent to all ports in a VLAN. But switches do not process multicast traffic at the CPU like broadcasts. Why it's incorrect: multicast flooding does not spike switch CPU utilization to 85%.
Then there it is. Maybe multicast does spike CPU utilization, but it's not spiking to 85, and it keeps using 85%. So a broadcast storm must level out at a CPU usage at an average of 85. So that would be a tall tale giveaway. So 85% of CPU usage of a switch is a broadcast storm, not multicast flooding. Traffic is sent to all ports in the VLAN, but switches do not process. So I don't know how you would detect a multicast flooding then. I don't know. We'll look at it later. Still have a lot of questions to get through.
You manage a local area network with several switches. A new employee has started today, so you connect her workstation to a switch port. After connecting the workstation, you find that it can't get an IP address from the DHCP server. You check the link and status lights and see that the connection is working properly. A ping to the workstation's loopback address succeeds. No other computers seem to have the problem. Which of the following is the most likely cause of the problem?
This is the worst, dude. This is the worst because everything's working. Everything's working except nothing's working. So, you check the link and the status lights, and the connection is working. So you know that it's not a layer 1 thing. It's totally fine. The wire is fine. You ping the workstation loopback address, and it succeeds. No other computer seems to be having this issue except for this new one. However, that is the trick. No other computer seems to have this problem except this one. And this one is a new computer. New employee just started today. So that means that this port that this wire was just plugged into has never been used, most likely. And if it's like anything else, the room has probably been reconfigured multiple times, blah, blah, blah. And the chance of this port that we're plugging into has ever been used, very, very low. Or maybe it was used for one particular instance that required a certain VLAN, and then it was never used again. So it was never an issue. So it's not switch looping. Okay? That's the broadcast one, what we just talked about. It's not half duplex setting on the switch. That would mean that it's not being able to talk and hear at the same exact time. It's not an incorrect default gateway because we're able to ping everything. That means it has to be an incorrect VLAN assignment. Someone has assigned this port into a VLAN and it's not the same as the others. Maybe everyone in the room, there's a lot of different scenarios that all equal the same thing. Maybe everybody in the room was all assigned to the same VLAN, and then something happened and they had to reassign it, but they only reassigned the ones that were active, and that one was just left. You know, that requires a little bit of inference with the questions, and you know how I feel about that. Like, that's not a really good idea to do. However, this makes a lot of sense of what's going on, especially when everything else is working and it's still, the computer's still not having connectivity. Yep. There we go. Ooh, we just had this question.
In a newly set up branch office, a network administrator configures the network with the subnet 172.16.0.016. All devices are supposed to communicate within this subnet. However, the administrator notices that host X, with the following configuration, cannot access the shared resources located on a server within the same subnet. IP address 172.16.25.34 subnet mask 255.2, 155.255.0 default gateway 172.116.0.1. What is the primary reason for host X's inability to access shared resources?
Okay, so the key thing with this one, and I know we spent a lot of time on it, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. But the key thing with this one, like if you get this question, you need to find the key elements right here. This is the subnet mask. You know how to do subnetting. That's a huge amount of IP addresses. This is the subnet mask of the host. So, however, the administrator notices that the host X with the following configuration cannot access the shared drive. So you know that the host has this subnet. Just by looking and knowing that these are octets and that this is 16, you know for a fact that these two octets are being used. So that alone gives away that the subnet mask is not correct. Did I drop? We still streaming? No, we're still streaming. Okay, good. I just had a warning that popped up. I was just making sure. Okay. That they're not on the same subnet mask. Okay, so one, the subnet mask is on a different thing. That's the main issue. So let's just read through the answer choices. The service IP address is in a different subnet. Okay, that's my first indication. But that's not what it's asking. It's asking what is the primary reason for the host XX inability to access these shared drives. It's that the subnet mask is too restrictive. Which I still have a hard time with. I'm still having a hard time accepting that. The answer is okay, that's going to take forever and a half to do. So we're going to keep going forward with it. I'm still streaming, right? Like, I keep getting these weird things saying that, like, I'm having connectivity issues. Okay, that's going to take forever and a half. Okay, whatever. Excellent. Oh, good, it's doing it. The root cause is host X incorrect subnet. A newly set up branch office, a network administrator configures a network with a subnet of this. All devices are supposed to communicate with this subnet. See, but that's my thing. If all devices are supposed to communicate with this subnet, and my subnet's different, then isn't that my IP address is in a different subnet? Or is it because that this subnet's so huge?
Simplified answer. The root cause is host X's incorrect subnet mask, 255.255.255.0 instead of 255.200
Right.
and 55.0.0. With a 24 mask, host X treats the network as 172.16.25.0, its local subnet. The server in the same 16 is outside host X's 24 subnet, so host X attempts to route traffic through the default gateway. The default gateway 172.16.0.1 is also outside host X's 24 subnet, so host X.
Dang it. So it sounds like The network is configured to this subnet, which is huge. Host is misconfigured to this subnet. The server is at this. Host tries to access the server and check if it's local. with a /24 mask. Server is in this, not local. Host X attempts to route traffic through the default gateway. The gateway is in this, not local. Man, I'm having a real tough time understanding this. I'm having a hard time understanding why the server's IP address is in a different subnet is not the answer. No, it's not a subnet side of subnet. It's a misconfiguration subnet that causes the host to treat a flat network as if it were divided into smaller subnets. I guess, okay. Like the /16 network is a single flat network, no subnets unless explicitly configured. Host /24 subnet mask forces it to incorrectly assume that /16 networks is split into. So I guess I don't understand what this is. I understand like, or what, who is this a server? So the question is asking, a network administrator configures a network with a subnet of this. All devices are supposed to be communicating on this. So what? How do I ask this? So what was the 172.16.0.0/16 configured on? City with no neighbor boundaries. See, and then this is what I don't understand too, and its analogy. A city with this, no neighbor boundaries, no subnets. It does have a subnet. It has /16. Is a flat layer 3 network. It should be configured on all devices, route switches, and stations. You said this, but doesn't the /16 a subnet Yes, the 172.16.0.0/16 network is a flat layer 3 network, no subnets, that should be configured on all devices. Host X is a client device workstation server that should be a part of this /16 network, but is misconfigured with a /24, causing miscommunications. I understand that the root cause is X, host X incorrectly subnet X incorrect subnet mask, not the server or gateway configuration. But wouldn't that mean that the IP address is on the wrong subnet, or is on a different subnet? These analogies are not working. /16 network like a city, where all addresses are part of the same neighborhood. Man, this is really breaking my brain. A resident client device who incorrectly assumes the city is divided into smaller blocks. It's trying to say that this isn't a subnet. The /16 is not a subnet, it's a network? What the hell does that mean? A subnet is a segmented portion of a larger network. In this scenario, the network was not may cause. Oh, good. It gave me the same effing analogy again. See right here, the host X is configured with this /24 mask instead of the correct this. No, not highlight, damn it. I know we're spending a lot of time on this, but like, I gotta figure this out. Host X is configured with 255.255.255.0 with a /S24 mask instead of this /16. Isn't /16 a mask and a abbreviation for 255.255.0.0, which is a subnet mask? What do you mean that it is a network, not a subnet? So this is the entire network range. So then why is it... Why does it have a sideR on it? Yes, /16 is a subnet mask, but in the terms of the network refers to an address range. What the serious F? Defined by that mask. Yes, /16 is a subnet mask, but in terms of network refers to address range. Isn't that what a subnet is? A subnet is a range, is an address range that you've grouped together. Subnetting would mean splitting the /16 network into smaller networks. So subnetting is abbreviated by the sideR, and then networks are also abbreviated by the sideR, and for somehow we're just supposed to magically know what the difference between these things are. Analogy network is this. The large city, single postal code. Okay, all addresses are going to be this. Are local. Subnet is this. A neighborhood within a city with its own postal code. So is it because it's 0? Is that how I know that it's a network? So subnets are notated with sideR, and networks are notated with a sideR. How do I know if the slash number is a subnet or a network? Is a subnet mask defining a flat network? What? It's not explaining it well, or at least in a way that I can understand. The distinction between a network and a subnet is contextual. That is such bullshit. Not inherent in the sideR notation. Network, the entire IP address defined by sideR is going to be 172.16.0.0/16 is the full network. Subnet, a segment of the network. 172.16.25.2/24 is a subnet of this network. If no further segmentation exists, the /x is the network. If the network is split into smaller ranges, /24s under a /16, those smaller segments are subnets. I've never even heard of this. Like, what is this? Think of sideR as, oh my god, dude, these. If I didn't understand the first city analogy, why do you think I'm going to continue to understand the next city analogy? Okay, think of sideR as a city address, network, the entire city of 172.16, subnet, the neighborhood within the city. 172.16.25.4 or 0/24, 25th Street neighborhood. sideR alone doesn't tell you if it's a city or a neighborhood. You need to know the original network design. I have a feeling that because it says 0.0, that's how I know that it's a network and not a subnet. In-depth explanation. CIDR classless interior domain routing is shorthand subnet masking. /16 equals 255.255.0.0. It applies to both networks and subnets, but in different. But the difference is in how the IP space is structured. Why didn't you just say that to begin with? I'm on my 4th entry. Network is the original segment, which is going to be the 00. And then that's not okay. Well, when is /x a network? /x is a network if the original IP range assigned to the original segment no further subnetting is done. And how do I know that there is no further subnetting is done? When is a subnet? Subnet is if it is a smaller network, smaller than the original network, /24 under the /16. It is so it is basically subnetting a subnet. Because this is a subnet. And that is of the network. And then of like the entire building, I guess. This totally shook my whole concept in understanding of what subnets are. Host X is misconfigured with /24. Yes, I understand that. Instead of the correct /26. So it has the wrong subnet. This is a shit question. So it just has the wrong. It has the wrong. Like, it's not necessary. Like, yes, the subnet mask is too restrictive. However, it's on the wrong mask. It's on the wrong network. So, flat /16 network, no subnets. Gateway is going to be this. Server is going to be this. Host is going to be this. Misconfigured. Right, because it's on the wrong subnet. Buddy, this is breaking my brain. I can't make it make sense. Issue host X treats the gateway and serves as external. And it can't. Okay, the host X cannot route traffic to its gateway because this gateway right here is not in its scope. That is why it means that it is too restrictive. This is beyond effed up. So the gateway is this with this configuration. The gateway is this and this configuration. That's not how you spell signifying. Come on. Okay, whatever. I'll do it in a second. Signifying. configures the network with a see. It even says configures a network with a subnet of this. So this is subnetting a subnet. That's exactly what this is doing. Yeah, so this is subnetting a subnet. I'm pretty sure. I know I've been hung up on this one forever, but the main office building. Okay. The sideart notation /16 defines the network scope. It spans 65,000 usable IPs. No further segmentation. How would it signify that there's... So how would it further notate its segmentation? So it sounds like the network has a subnet of 255.255.0.0 or /16. And then from there I can subnet and make more subnets. So network, the original unsegmented IP range. Yes. So I think I'm right. That this network subnet is the mother range for the entire building. And then that building has its own subnets inside of it. And the building is on its own subnet. Or maybe that network might be on its own subnet. Yes, the /16 defines the original network. 65,000 usable IPs. And subnets are created by borrowing bits from the host portion of the IP and define smaller, more specific ranges. Example, original network is this. Subnet 1 would be this for finance. Subnet 2 would be this. So subnet 1 would be 172.16.10.0/24. I'm gonna have to let this marinate. This really kind of shook what I thought I understood with subnets. Because here's my question is like, if this is correct, which it is, so subnet 1, this is their example, then why is the subnet mask too restrictive? Because this would have a subnet mask of /24. Subnets are more specific than the original. /24 is a subnet of /26 because 24 is greater than 26 side R. Right. So that means that this is a subnet inside of a subnet. This is what Sonny was trying to teach us when we were watching that video. Subnetting a subnet. I bet if we watched that video that we would understand things more. We're not going to watch it right now. We'll do that on Saturday or Sunday. But that's the next thing. We have to understand subnetting. We have to understand network. And we have to understand subnetting a subnet. For right now, we're going to have to just accept it into our heart that the subnet mask is too restrictive. And then get a broader and deeper understanding of what it is later. I've already spent like 45 minutes trying to figure this out. And I still don't fully understand. Because the default gateway is correct. Okay, well, if this is correct, this is my last thing I'm going to say. If this is correct, man, my thing is about to break. If this is correct, then why is 172.16.25.34/24 with the gateway of 172.16.0.1 too restrictive? After this one too, I'm gonna make a new thread. Subnets, because host 24 a subnet mask forces it to treat the gateway as external, not in its local 24. Okay, so it has to do with the gateway. Host X assumes its local gateway is this. Okay. Based on its 24 mask. The gateway is this. And I can't have a gateway of 172.0.0 if Uh, wait, I can't have that as my gateway. Why can't I have that as my gateway? Host X assumes its local network 172.16.25.0/24 is its gateway. Okay? When in reality, its gateway is this. But its gateway is not inside of its scope, which is a different 24 subnet mask. So then how would I get it to communicate? I would have to get it to communicate, because then that it would think that would be its gateway, and then whatever its gateway is would go back to the network. Is that how that would work? I swear to God, if the analogy is another city, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna crash. Like a city with a single postal code. It's like neighborhoods. Forces it to assume the IT neighborhood. Okay, real life scenario. The flat. See, in the flat and network is what I don't is what I'm having a hard time understanding. I need to learn and figure out the differences in what they are with a network, a flat network, a subnet, and subnetting a subnet, how they all interact with each other and what they are. That's the gateway. Because the question, and if we get back to the question is that, however, the administrator knows that host X with the following configuration cannot share resources with the resources located on the server with the same subnet. So the server that is on this subnet cannot communicate. Host cannot communicate. Host with this configuration with this subnet cannot communicate with the server that is on this subnet. Shocker. And for some reason, the server's IP address is in a different subnet is not the answer. And the reason for that is because it's not just that it's on a different configuration. It's they're on the same configuration, but it's a subnet inside of a subnet. And my girl's calling me. I think she just got to where she needed to be. 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. We're going to move on because I've spent way too long trying to figure this out. But we're going to definitely iron this bitch out next time for sure. This is a key component, and it's going to be on the test. There's no way it's not. All right, here we go. Next question.
A network engineer is tasked with resolving why certain printers are inaccessible by users next to those printers. The engineer realizes that the printer's network port on the switch is not configured to the proper network. The engineer sets the network configuration tag to 30 for those ports, resolving the issue. What was most likely the cause of the issue?
When you're dealing with ports and you're dealing with tags, it's VLANs. Incorrect VLAN. Oh my God, I spent so long on the other thing, it timed out. I crashed out pretty hard on that question, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, it's my girl again.
A network specialist is attempting to troubleshoot an issue where two systems are intermittently receiving traffic. In addition to looking for duplicate internet protocol addresses, what could be another consideration for what is causing the problem? A network specialist is attempting to troubleshoot an issue where two systems are intermittently receiving traffic. In addition to looking for duplicate internet protocol addresses, what could be another consideration for what is causing the problem? A system administrator notices a server cannot access network services. Authentication is also failing. The error is an invalid token message. Which of the following protocols should the system administrator verify early in the troubleshooting process?
Oh man, and now I'm muted? Buddy, the stream. Oh my god, it's going bad. It's going bad, Oaks. It's going not good. So to rant again, and I'm less emotional now because I've already done it once. There was this question, and the question was, oh my god. Wow, I've really asked a lot of questions about this one question. Okay, so here it is. A newly set up branch office, a network administrator configures the network with a subnet of 172.16.0.0/16. All devices are supposed to communicate within this subnet. Okay, which I guess is, I didn't quite pay attention to that. That makes me kind of understand things a little bit better. However, the administrator notices that host X with the following configurations cannot share resources located on the server with the same subnet, and this is the host configuration. So very clearly the host is on a completely different subnet, right? All right. What is the primary reason why host X inability to access the shared resources? The answer is the subnet is too restrictive. To me, it makes so much more sense that the server IP address is in a different subnet. But I think that this has to deal with subnetting a subnet. But my AI told me, no, that's not a thing, man. And my AI tried to gaslight me and try to tell me that that's not real. But I know that's real. I know you can subnet a subnet. And I didn't understand the difference between a flat network subnet. So anyway, point is, I spent like 45 minutes trying to hash this thing out. Got a little bit, but not really, didn't get too far. And we are going to deep dive into this on Saturday and Sunday, because I'm pretty sure that this is going to be on the test, because why wouldn't this be on the test? As far as I can know, as far as I understand, is that a flat network subnet is a huge overarching umbrella, and then inside of that you can have other subnets. What I don't understand is how can I have this IP address with this subnet and have this default gateway and still not be able to get back to my original subnet? Is it because we're on two different subnets? No, because my subnet mask is too restrictive. Maybe because my default is not in the scope of it. So, anyway, that's what happened. I crashed out on it pretty hard. I'm over it. And we're moving forward. We're learning. We're growing. We're becoming better people every day. And that's what you missed.
A system administrator notices a server cannot access network services. Authentication is also failing. The error is an invalid token message. Which of the following protocols should the system administrator verify early in the troubleshooting process?
I'm pretty sure that it's HTTP. And I'm wrong. We're going to circle back.
Refresher, 5.
A lot of that going around. A lot of that going around.
A network administrator is testing a remote server's network configuration and decides to ping the Internet Protocol IP address of a familiar Office Windows workstation. No replies are received, but the admin confirms DHCP settings are enabled on the workstation and can successfully browse the Internet. What is the most likely reason why the client workstation did not respond to a ping request?
It's probably either on a different, let's see, your IP address is expired, the Ethernet port is bad, the IP address is from another subnet is being used. That's what it is. See, this is what I thought. This is how I thought the other question was going to be. Is that they're on two different subnets. But I guess I need to understand the hierarchy of subnets and gateways more. If you're new to the channel, like, subscribe, follow for more crash outs on networks and self-taught networking stuff. Yeah. If this is not the answer, we will end the stream. The stream lives. It lives for another question.
Computer system sporadically connects to network services. Which of the following is most likely causing this issue?
Okay. So we have sporadic, which means not always happening, connection services. It is computer system sporadically connects to the network services. Which of the following is most likely the cause of this issue? Not an incorrect gateway. Expired IP? Possible. Probably not. Well, no, not even possible, because if it's expired, then it's not going to be sporadic. A rogue DHCP server, duplicate IP address. All of these would signify that it would just immediately cut. It wouldn't be sporadic. A computer system sporadically connects, and I'm reading that word correctly. That is sporadic.
Sporadically?
Yes. A computer system sporadically connects to network services. Which of the following is most likely causing the issue? The only thing I can think of, because if it's an expired IP address, it's not going to work regardless. Incorrect gateway isn't going to work because you're not going to be able to connect. A rogue DHCP server means that you were given probably a wrong IP address or duplicate IP address. But it can't be a duplicate IP address because as soon as the network recognizes that it's a duplicate IP address, all your connectivity is going to get shut down. It has to be a rogue. No, I guarantee you that it's a duplicate IP address. Network time protocol? Really? Huh. I didn't know that had tokens.
The Network Time Protocol (NTP) enables the synchronization of time-dependent applications. A server or host that is configured with the incorrect time may not be able to access network services. Authentication and other security mechanisms will often fail if the time is not synchronized on both communicating devices. Errors are
that
likely
makes
to be
sense.
generic failed or invalid token messages.
Okay.
Computer system sporadically connects to network services. Which of the following is most likely causing this issue?
Okay, but it's also given me questions before where it's indicated that a duplicate IP address is going to automatically get shut down. It's going to be immediately flagged.
If Windows detects a duplicate Internet Protocol IP address, it will display a warning and disable the IP. Hosts with the same IP will contend to respond to ARP queries, and communications could be split between them.
Oh. Thanks for letting me know, dude, about the music. I was on the phone earlier. Man, there's no telling how long that's been like that. I was on the phone earlier. My girl's, she went on a trip and she was calling me to let me know that she was there. So I muted myself, which is why my mic was muted, and then I upped the music so that way like there was something for you guys to like listen to or whatever. So oh good, just more scuff for the stream. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, back to this. If Windows detects a duplicate IP address, it will display a warning and disable it. So if it disables the IP address, how do you have connectivity to anything? Host with the same IP will continue to respond to ARP queries, and communications could be split between them. So I guess my question is that when there's a duplicate IP address and it notes that it's a duplicate IP address, does the will both of them be disabled, or the one that got flagged as the duplicate be disabled? I would think in terms of safety protocol, any device that it would know that has that IP address is immediately shut down or just cut off. Interesting. And okay, I guess if it disables the IP address, does that mean it disables it on the computer, on the DHCP server? Like, what does it mean that it's going to disable it? What exactly what does that mean? Because if it's just disabled on the DHCP server and it still has that IP address, like the device still has that IP address, that makes total sense that it's still responding to ARP and why it could be getting split traffic. But if the IP address was completely disabled, then it's not going to have sporadic connection to the network.
A user has turned in a computer to the help desk with the complaint that nothing works. When the technician logs into the computer, the time is not correct. The technician knows that all domain computers pull time from the domain controller, but this occurs through which protocol?
He comes up, he's got the laptop, he's like, it broke. It no work. I can't look at my cat videos. Like, what kind of trash is that? A guy come up, what's wrong with your computer? Nothing's working. Well, turn it on. It seems like it's working to me. Looks like your claim is wrong. That the computer is at least turning on, so that's working. Can you access MS Paint? Well, that's working. Let's see here. What else can you get into your photos? That's working. So maybe it's not that nothing's working. Maybe the problem's between the keyboard and the chair, huh? Maybe that's what the problem is. Laptop has stopped working. Laptop EXE. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the answer to this, by the way, is the time protocol. Just so you guys know, there was one time right after I switched from being a band director. I think it was my second I think it was my second year of being a graphic design teacher. And, I designed the computers and I was upkeeping everything and doing everything, whatever. We got a new photography teacher. So that way we could split the competencies between two different teachers. But I had all the strong computers and we didn't have money to give him computers that could run Photoshop. He was running his classroom on Chromebooks. Don't ask me how it went because it went bad. But he was being asked by the school to do all these extra things. So I gave him one of my computers from my classroom, so that way he could at least have access to it himself, and maybe not ideal, but maybe he could have some students rotate on it or something like that. I don't know. He has it all year, right? And I hear through the grapevine from the students that it doesn't work. Well, he hasn't told me it doesn't work. Okay. So I go there to be like, hey man, what's going on? And I just assumed, since he was like a photographer and he like edited videos and stuff, I assumed he knew some sort of something about computers. I was wrong. I was so wrong. So I get there and the computer's not even hooked up. Mind you, it's been 6 months. And I was like, hey, buddy, what's going on with the computer? I heard it's not working. What's going on? He's like, yeah, man, I can't get the monitor to work. You got a monitor that works? And I look, and he has the HDMI cable plugged in to the motherboard instead of the GPU. The processor was AMD. No integrated graphics. So yeah. 6 months that machine was sitting there, high quality machine at the time, and was doing nothing and not helping any children at all, because the teacher. Yep. All because it was plugged in.
Recently booted computer systems at a large company are not able to access any network resources. IT investigates and finds the systems configured with automatic private IP addressing APIPA addresses.
APIPA!
Which of the following is most likely causing the issue?
Okay, so which of the following is most likely causing the issue of APIPA? So, an exhausted DHCP server scope. Yeah, that's probably most likely. Not incorrect network mask, has nothing to do with masks. Expired IP address. That could be it, but if it was an expired IP address, your computer would still have that IP address. It just wouldn't be correct, and it would actually trigger a duplicate IP address. Most likely. Not all the time. It doesn't have to, but most likely. Okay. Unresponsive services. Nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that the scope is exhausted and your machine is requesting for an IP address. It is not getting one. Your machine must have an IP address, so it creates a puppy.
A system is unable to reach any other systems outside of the local subnet. This symptom is characteristic of which problem?
Okay, system is unable to reach any other system outside of the local subnet. This is incorrect gateway. Which also makes me think that this over here could also be an incorrect gateway as well. But whatever. We're going to come back. This is a big thorn in my side. Like, you have no idea. I'm going to be thinking about this for days. Okay? A system is unable to reach any other system outside of the local subnet. The symptoms of this, really what the real issue probably is that the subnet is not configured to talk to others. It's not an incorrect subnet. It's probably an incorrect gateway. It's not gonna be a duplicate IP address. And it has nothing to do with exhausted scope. Yeah. That's a weird answer, because there's other ones where it's talked about how two subnets cannot talk to each other. And the reason that is because there's certain protocols where you can make it so that way subnets only talk to each other. And it's a security thing to make sure that outside forces aren't trying to get in. Oh, hey, look. It's our favorite question.
In a newly set up branch office, a network administrator configures the network with the subnet 172.16.0.016. All devices are supposed to communicate within this subnet. However, the administrator notices that host X, with the following configuration, cannot access the shared resources located on a server within the same subnet. IP address 172.16.25.34 subnet mask 255.2. 155.255.0 default gateway 172.16.0.1. What is the primary reason for host X's inability to access shared resources?
So, all devices are supposed to support communicating within this subnet. My bad boy's got a completely different subnet. So the issue is that we are on different subnets. However, that's not the answer. The answer is the subnet mask is too restrictive. I'm assuming that's because this subnet mask does not include the default gateway, which is this. My inference, total guessing, assumptions, is that if I'm going to create subnets inside of here, then all of those different subnets need to have their own gateways. Those gateways then need to lead back to the mother. That's just a theory, a game theory. I'm sorry, that was cringe. Okay? That's just a theory, an assumption, a hunch. And we will dive more into it later. But we still have 2 other sections to get through. And it's already almost 1 o'clock. And I do have to go to work later today.
A system administrator notices a server cannot access network services. Authentication is also failing. The error is an invalid token message. Which of the following protocols should the system administrator verify early in the troubleshooting process?
Network time protocol. I didn't realize this, but network time protocols, NTP, have token messages and error messages and stuff like that. I had no idea that it works like that. Unless I'm misunderstanding the word token, which I could be. A system admin notices the server cannot access network services. Also, a server and like all things need to be on the same time. That's how I think that's how you can stop and block VPNs, because certain things need to have location and or time, and it can't be different than what yours is.
Computer system sporadically connects to network services. Which of the following is most likely causing this issue?
Rogue DHCP server. What? No, that's what I did last time. It was duplicate IP address. Oh. Yes. I understand. I understand the assignment now. I'll be a good boy. Oh no, this is a puppy. There we go. All right, section 5.3 is done. In all reality, they did really well. It was just those 1 or 2 questions, this one in particular, that completely destroyed and melted my mind. Now we are moving on to 5.4. Let's do it.
A system administrator is researching a connectivity issue. The administrator sees the physical link listed as up, but the line protocol listed as down. What is the most likely issue that the system administrator should investigate?
Not jitter. Jitter has to deal with VoIP. That's voice. Bandwidth has to deal with like the amount of data that's traveling. Link status, most likely. The administrator sees a physical link status is up, but the line protocol is listed as down. Oh, it's an encapsulation issue because the link status is up. It's the protocol that's down. Yeah.
A network engineer is investigating an issue with the wireless network. The office building they are in has quite a few different businesses nearby. To resolve the issue, the network engineer switched one of the settings to resolve any conflicts with the other business's wireless networks. What best describes the cause of the issue?
Channel overlap. SSID is the name of the Wi-Fi, like when you're looking up trying to connect. Security type is like the WPA, and speed is like gigabytes per second.
After replacing a wireless network adapter, employees in the corporate office have stopped complaining about issues with transferring large files to a shared drive. What feature of the new wireless access point most likely improved the user's experience?
It's going to be speed. It's not going to be the spectrum of the waves or anything like that. It's not going to be the security type, and it's not going to be changing the name of the Wi-Fi. Although that would be really dope if I could change the name of my Wi-Fi and it increase my speed. Maybe I should name it like Lightning or something.
A wireless engineer implements a new Wi-Fi network. The engineer carefully planned the deployment of access points, APs, to maintain a configuration spacing of 25 MXs. Which of the following is associated with the configured value? Select 2.
Channel overlap. Which of the following is associated with the configuration value? I would imagine channel overlap and absorption. I think that interference is the throwaway, and I think that frequency mismatch is different. I don't think it's going to be that. Okay, maybe it is.
Employees report that when they move to certain areas of the office, their internet connection drops. The network engineer decides to complete a site survey and identifies what the issue might be. What is the most likely issue causing the internet connection drops for employees?
Employees report that when they move to certain areas of the office, the internet connection drops. It's just so funny. Like, hey, when I go to different parts of the office, I don't have any Wi-Fi. It's really strange. You know what? Let me investigate. Let me go down and see what's going on. Yep, insufficient wireless coverage. Like, it's one of those things that, like, you have to go look and see where it's at or whatever, but it's also just, it's just funny. Because it's so blatantly obvious.
Employees in a certain office area are complaining that it is difficult to browse the web while on the wireless network. The network engineer reconfigures the access point to a lesser used frequency to limit the surrounding business's wireless issues. What is the most likely issue that the network engineer resolved?
So this is a trick. It's not going to be distance. Distance would be like distance from the AP, from like the route or from the wireless access point. It's not going to be incorrect pass fares. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to access the Wi-Fi at all. And frequency mismatch. This is a mislead because it says that he changed the access point to a lesser known frequency. It's actually channel utilization. Yeah.
An IT
frequency mismatch means 5G to 2.4. It means that I'm trying to connect my Arlo camera, which only runs on 2.4, but my Wi-Fi is only giving off 5G. That's what frequency mismatch is. That's why that was not the answer.
IT engineer notices that wireless network performance is at an all-time low. After reviewing the wireless console settings, the engineer makes changes to eliminate device saturation. Which problem did the engineer address?
Okay, so the IT engineer notices that the wireless network performance is at an all-time low. After reviewing the wireless console settings, the engineer makes changes to eliminate device saturation. So, jitter, again, voice. Overcapacity, possible. I think that's a misdirect. Oh, no. What problem did the engineer address? It could have very well been overcapacity. It's not going to be interference. It's either channel overlap or overcapacity. I'm going to go overcapacity with the way it's implying that that there were probably too many devices on the network. This happens at schools. Yeah. So In Texas, there are state standardized tests. It's called the STAR. And it's all because of COVID. It was already going this way, but because of COVID, it's now all 100% online. It's all on the computer now. Unless you have some type of test taking accommodation where you take it on paper, but that's usually like a handful of kids. We're talking like 7-10 kids. Okay. But what is a very common protocol to do is that after Christmas, when we come back from Christmas break, we will have every single student get on their Chromebook at the same exact time and all try to access the network all at the same exact time to simulate what it'll be like when everyone tries to get on the network to take the test. Of course, some kids don't do it or whatever, but like at my school where there's about 4,000 students, you're going to get roughly 3,500, 3,800 students who are all going to do it all the same exact time. And if the network can handle that, then when we do test, because all grades do not test at the same time, only one grade will test at a certain time, or one subject will test at a certain time. So if the network can handle 92-95% of the student body population logging onto the network and accessing the same program all at the same exact time, then there's a pretty good chance that it's going to be able to handle the test.
A system administrator is investigating an issue with 2 geographically distant offices. Users at these locations report that accessing the shared drive at the corporate office is taking too long, even though all 3 locations have gigabit speed internet. What indicator should the system administrator investigate first to help resolve the issue?
Latency. They're probably using some type of site-to-site VPN where everything has to go to the hub. So that you have all these like satellites, and then you have the main corporate, and they're all trying to access it, but they're all in different links, in different distance away from the central, so they're all having latency issues. It's not going to be jitter. That's VoIP. That's voice. Memories, RAM, processor, CPU. Honestly, it was the only one. It was interference.
A multi-access point site should be able to allow clients to operate with the strongest signal and function with a minimum of co-channel interference, CCI. At least 25 MHz spacing should be allowed to avoid channel overlap. Interference can be caused by a number of factors, including neighboring equipment that may use the same frequency of radio waves. Absorption refers to the degree to which walls and windows will reduce signal strength.
This is true right here.
To connect to an AP.
Whoa. This is true with channel overlap and interference by other neighboring equipment. It is interference. I don't know why I didn't think of this, but wireless microphones that no longer work due to 5G. Whoops. 5G network expansion in the United States had a significant impact on wireless microphone systems. Practically those operating in the 600 megahertz band they're unoperable now. Okay. Here's why and what you can do about it. You can still technically use it, but 5G is so far and it's everywhere that there's going to be so much crosstalk. It's not going to be worth it for the microphone. So interface issues, 5G services, practically those T-Mobile operating in 600 can cause interference to wireless microphones still using and operating near those frequencies. Yeah, whenever they come out with another G, like another 6G or something like that, they basically put a kibosh on that entire frequency. Think of it like easement on land. If you have a house, and let's say you have a really big property and there's a road, and it looks like the road should go through it, that land right there is yours until the state, the town, the whatever comes in, because it's actually easement. And they come in and they say, hey, look, sorry about this. We have to put a road in. And yeah, it's over. So now you have the ability to buy the road and like whatever, things like that. But that's what happens with these frequencies, because these wireless microphones were operating on these frequencies free of charge. Like they weren't paying anybody to have this frequency. They just picked a frequency. And then cell phones were like, nah, dog, we're gonna do it. So that makes sense that it's interference and it's channel overlap. Absorption is a type of interference, but it's interference in general.
Users are reporting that their phone calls are garbled and are often of poor quality. What should the system administrator investigate first to resolve the issue?
Jitter! Yeah, phone calls. We know the answer to this.
A wireless engineer implements a new double Wi-Fi network. The engineer carefully planned the deployment of access points, APs, to maintain a configuration spacing of 25 MXS. Which of the following is associated with the configured value? Select 2.
So, absorption is a type of interference. It's like walls and things that absorb the frequencies. Think of like a pebble dropping into a lake or like a bucket, and like it ripples out and the bucket kind of absorbs it a little bit. It doesn't continue going out. Okay. Interference is just interference in general that's on the bandwidth. Okay. Frequency mismatch. Don't get gaslighted. Okay. Frequency mismatch is where frequencies 2.4 and 5.0, you have devices that are meant for each one or certain ones, and it's not working. Okay. Like the Arlo camera example that I gave. You have an Arlo camera that only operates on 2.4, but your internet is only 5.0. We have a frequency mismatch. Channel overlap. We have all these different channels and they're overlapping. And so then we have a lot of interference and we get a lot of degradation of signal. I'm hungry.
A wireless laptop at an organization is not able to access any internal network resources, but can browse the internet. An IT support specialist finds the cause of the problem after examining the laptop. Based on the symptoms, what does the specialist most likely conclude the issue to be?
All right, so the symptoms were that a wireless laptop at an organization is not able, so it cannot access any internal network resources, but it can browse the internet. It is not wrong, sir, SSID. It might be a security mismatch. It's not going to be an incorrect antenna, and it's not going to be a wrong passphrase. However, it could be the wrong service set identification. Here's why. Most companies, schools included, have two different Wi-Fis. They have the guest, and then they have the staff. Some of them even have admin, staff, worker, guest. Like they have it segregated like that. And then while it's segregated, you can access certain things depending on the Wi-Fi that you're on. So if he has access to the internet, but he does not have access to the internal resources, there's also a dual tunnel VPN thing too. He's not able to get access to the company internals, but he's able to get around and go into the actual internet. Okay. Yes. Good. Security mismatch, maybe, meaning that there could be some type of security type that's holding him back. Incorrect antenna type, no. Wrong passphrase, no. If he had the wrong passphrase, he wouldn't even be able to access the internet.
Data travels across the network for a period of time and encounters many types of interference and errors on the first two network layers. What is the data received at the destination and measured at the network or transport layers known as?
Throughput. Attenuation is the degradation. This is not asking for the degradation. This is not asking for the loss. It's not power over Ethernet either, or speed. Okay? This is... So data travels across the network in a period of time and encounters many types of interferences and errors on the first two network layers. What is the data? What is the data received at the destination and measured? This is the question. What is the data received? Not how much data was lost. How much data was lost would be attenuation. We want to know how much data was actually received in there, and that would be throughput.
What is the most likely cause of a network experiencing continual bottlenecks?
Continual bottlenecks. So seasonal increases. Webflow, no, it's not going to be that one, because even though seasonal sounds continual, seasonal is still temporary, because it's going to happen. The time frame is too big. Continual usually means like day-to-day basis or weekly basis. Scheduled nightly backups, that would have nothing to do with continual bottlenecks during the day. Now, it doesn't say during the day, but what is the most likely cause of the network experiencing continual bottlenecks? No one's on the network at night. Well, there are a few people, but not a lot. Device-related issue, most likely. Okay. Occasional video conference. Since it's occasional, it is not continual. So it's got to be a device-related issue.
What causes congestion on a network?
What causes congestion on network would be a decrease in network usage. No. Why would that cause congestion if there's less usage, you know? Excuse me. The network inability to meet peak load demands, most likely. An increase in network security protocols. I mean, that might slow it down a little bit, but probably not. The use of quality of service mechanisms. Again, like it's possible, but most likely not. And even if it does, it's not going to be negligible, or it's going to be negligible. The network's inability to meet peak load demand. So what causes congestion on the network? It can't meet the requirements. It's failing. It's losing packets. I'm losing packets.
Employees are complaining that when browsing the company's web-based content relationship management system, the access is slow and often fails. The company has 500 employees that use this system, and the contracted internet speed is 10 Mbps download and 1 Mbps upload. What should the system administrator increase in order to improve access to the cloud system?
Okay, when it's talking about memory, it's talking about RAM. So that's the throwaway. Employees are complaining that when browsing the company's web-based content relationship management system, Jesus Christ, the access is slow and often fails. It's got to be bandwidth. It's not going to be speed or duplex, because it's not. The question isn't saying anything about them talking and having to wait. It's not going to be packet count, because it didn't say anything about how big the packets were. It's emphasizing that we have a lot of employees that are trying to access something, and we only have 10 megabytes of download, which is not a lot by today's standards. Like, that is not a lot. It's almost standard to get a gig, and that would be 1,000. Okay. Back in the day, there was this thing called MySpace, and on your MySpace, you were able to create your page and really get in there and mess with the HTML code and do all this stuff. And every page had music videos and music and GIFs and all of these moving parts and lights. And they were really done up really, really cool and really, really crazy. But it was all on dial-up and DSL, and there wasn't enough bandwidth. And it took like 10 years to load one person's page.
An employee submits a ticket stating that the wireless signal is only 10 strength at their desk, making it hard for the employee to browse the shared drive and internet. What would a network engineer completing a site survey be able to determine is the cause?
Site survey, meaning that he went to go see what was physically going on in the room. If it was an incorrect passphrase, he would not have access at all, and there would be no signal strength. If it was interference, that's possible. It could be interference. Making it hard to browse the internet. What would the engineer? He could see interference. Frequency mismatch. There would be no connectivity. That would be 2.4 versus 5G. Distance. So these are all bad. Interference or distance is going to be the most likely of the answers. However, it could be interference. There could be something that's interfering with the fact that he is not getting enough signal. But there's nothing that's in here that's insinuating that it is interference. However, we do have something that says he has signal strength for only 10 strength at their desk. It gave us a location. Since it gave us a location, that means it must be distance. His desk must be too far away from the AP.
A network engineer is trying to get approval to replace aging networking equipment. The justification for the purchase is that the office is losing network connectivity due to devices becoming overloaded and overheating. What is the engineer using as a primary justification for replacing the equipment?
So same old song and dance. You are asking for money to get more equipment, or you're requesting approval to buy more equipment. Okay, so the network engineer is trying to get approved to replace aging networking equipment. The justification for the purchase is that the office is losing network connectivity. So he has it justified. The office is losing connectivity. It's because our network equipment sucks. We need to replace it. It's old. Okay, due to devices becoming overloaded and overheated. So too much going on. What is the engineer using as a primary justification for replacing the equipment? So, ooh, hold on. Hello? Mask is calling. Sorry about that. Phone call for an old business proposition. Okay. He was a nice guy. He was actually in the IT field.
A network engineer is trying to get approval to replace aging networking equipment. The justification for the purchase.
Okay, so the justification. So disaster recovery or change management. It's not going to be downtime, uptime, site survey. Ooh, this one's tough. It's not going to be site survey. So what is the engineer using as a primary justification for replacing the equipment? I think it's downtime, uptime. Although this is a disaster waiting to happen, change plan would be a change plan would be I already have the equipment and how are we going to implement it. Disaster recovery is after the disaster. It has to be downtime, uptime. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah. Yeah.
A network engineer is trying to get approval to replace...
Oh, whoops. We're almost done, boys.
The engineer carefully planned the deployment of... A wireless engineer implements a new double Wi-Fi network. The engineer carefully planned the deployment of access points, APs, to maintain a configuration space...
Yeah, we already know this one. It's channel overlap and it's interference, and it's not frequency mismatch because that's 2.4 versus 5G. Absorption is attenuation where the signal is getting absorbed into like walls and stuff. All right, 5.4 is done. I'm doing way better with this stuff, by the way. Okay, 5.5. This is the last one. You know, NetFlow, I'm not good with it. I don't understand it.
Which of the following commands displays the general NetFlow data on the command line?
I don't know. Show IP flow. No, show cache flow. Which of the following command displays the general NetFlow data? Well, if it's displaying its data, it's probably displaying its cache. And then flow, that just makes sense. I'm able to rationalize this, but I don't know what NetFlow is. I need to make a new thing. I'm so close to being done, though. Oh, whoops. Show ipconfig. It's not going to be show ipconfig because show ipconfig. Oh, no, that's not even ipconfig. That's ipperf. I don't know what that is. Wow, this is taking a long time for it to think. Yeah. Yeah. If I want to get this done quickly, I'm going to need to make a new thing. After this question, I'll make a new one. It won't be hard. It's not like it's tough.
Simplified answer. The correct answer is show IP cache flow. This command displays NetFlow data collected in the flow cache, including source destination IPs, ports, protocols, and packet byte counts. Show MLS NetFlow IP is used on Cisco Catalyst switches to verify NetFlow statistics, but does not show the raw flow data itself. Show IP flow export shows export status, for example, collector IP, port, packet sent, not the flow data. Ipconfig is a Windows command and irrelevant to NetFlow.
Yeah, I put the wrong command in there, but it's still not right. Is looking for a logbook of all the traffic flow passing through the router. Oh.
NetFlow data is a collection of metadata about IP traffic flows, captured by network devices like routers and switches. It provides detailed insights into network traffic patterns, volume, and usage, helping network administrators understand and optimize their network's performance and security.
Of metadata about the IP traffic captured by the network device like routers and switches. It provides detailed insight into the network traffic patterns, volume, and usage. Okay. Wow, so this is what packet sniffers do. This is like what Wireshark would do, right? The IP address of the sender, the destination IP address, the IP address of the recipient, source port. Wow, so if I were to run this, would I be able to see every website that you ever went to? But it would just be, it would just show me the ports and the IP addresses, right? Interesting. Flow switching cache. Maybe not quite what I was thinking, but I do understand what net flow is. It's the data. It's the data of everything that goes through the router and where it's going and where it's coming from.
An administrator measures the resistance between the two ends of a cable and verifies that the cable has a break. What tool allows the administrator to test the cable end resistance?
Multimeter. When we're dealing with resistance, we're dealing with electricity. Tone generators, where you plug in one end of the Ethernet cable and it literally sends a tone to the other end. Now, whether it's a physical tone that you can actually hear with your ear or it's another tone that you have to have another end on and you kind of guess, I'm not entirely certain. Actually, let's look at see if we can pull up an image of it. Let's see if we can figure that out. Interesting. Is an electronic device that produces audio tones to various frequencies and amplitudes, also known as frequency generator. The generator works. It creates an electrical signal to a tone generate. Converts into audible. Oh, it does. So it does make it an audible sound. These electrical signals are then transferred into audible sound waves. Cable tracing. Very interesting. So it is audible. So you can hear it.
An organization needs to monitor the network with a packet sniffer. The network is using gigabit Ethernet over copper wire, so the frames will also need signal regeneration. What device can the organization use to accomplish both the network monitoring and signal regeneration?
I think it's a tap. Yes. Let's see here. A tap is a test access point, also known as a terminal access point or traffic access point. It's hardware. It is a hardware device inserted in the network segment to passively monitor and copy traffic analyst. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. So the tap is an actual device. And it monitors all things. It just lets it pass through it. Wow. Interesting. Oh, I don't know what a fusion splitter is. Dang it. I think that has to do with fiber, but I could be wrong.
After plugging a cable into a computer, a user reports there is no network access. Which of the following tools would the technician most likely check to verify that the cable was crimped correctly?
Cable certifier. A loopback plug is what you put on the back of like a device for it to loop back to itself. I think it even uses a serial port. Toner probe. We just talked about that. That's where it sends literally a tone. And a punch down tool is the tool that you use in order to punch down to crimp something. Okay, you're not going to use the punch down tool to see if you crimped it correctly. You're going to use a cable certifier to see if it's crimped correctly. Yep. That's a good picture of it. Yeah, see? Neat.
IT security specialists respond to a security breach. An investigation determines that open service ports on an old server were the entry point for malicious activity. Which of the following utilities should the specialists use to determine the cause of the breach?
Oh, man. It's not going to be ARP. ARP is the throwaway. The question... I don't think it's NetStack just for the fact that I don't think it's NetStack. And that I think that it's either dig or path ping. No, dig has to do with DNS. This has nothing to do with DNS. So now it's one of these two. Which of the following utilizes utilities should the specialist use to determine the cause of the breach? I think path ping has to do with the path and its hops. I think it's NetStack. NetStack common, a powerful command line tool used to display network connections resulting in tables, routing tables, inferring statics. Okay. Okay. Which of the following utilizes... Oh, wait. The specialist responds to the security breach and investigates, determine. So the NetStack is going to have all of those tables and all those readings. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, man, dude. These are... These
Which of the
commands.
software tools allows you to obtain a domain name to IP address mapping?
Oh. NS lookup. Because DNS lookup. Yeah, that one was easy. That one was easy. And Traceroute traces the packets in where it went and stuff. Path ping is one that I'm gonna have to kind of remember. I'm getting tired.
An administrator is using a wire map tester to identify different types of issues with cabling. What kinds of issues can the wire map tester detect? Select all that apply.
So the wire tester is going to be able to test... Ooh, select all that apply. Oh, a wire map tester. Okay, I think it's going to be able to test a bad port, connectivity, and short. Because it's a wire map tester. It's not testing the actual wire, like the cord. It's testing like the port and like the wire that's in the wall. And if the wire's in the wall, it's not going to have an incorrect pinout. The incorrect pinout is going to be something that you cramped down when you made your cable. Dang. Okay, we'll come back to it. Oh, these ARP requests. Okay.
A network manager cannot communicate with a system on the network that has an Internet Protocol IP address of 192.150.2. The network manager enters the command ARP, a 192.150.60.24. What is the result of entering this command?
Okay, so there's a few of these commands. ARP-D deletes it. And then there's ARP-A, B, and C. And I'm sure there's others. But those are the ones I know. Which means...
It will display the Address Resolution Protocol ARP cache contents for the IP address. It will delete the entry for the IP address in the Address Resolution Protocol ARP table. An error result will occur due to an invalid command.
No.
It will add an entry to the Address Resolution Protocol RP table.
It's one of these two. It's either going to display it or it's going to add. Network manager cannot communicate with the system on the network and has Internet Protocol address of blank. The network manager enters the command. Okay. I think that it's just going to display it. Because in our scenario, The manager cannot communicate with the system on the network. The network manager enters in this. He's trying to check to see if this is on the table. Because why would you just automatically add it if you didn't know if it was there or not? Because if it's there and it's not having connectivity, then the issue's somewhere else. There we go.
A wire map tester can detect issues with continuity or an open in the cable due to cable damage, or because the installer did not properly wire the connector. A wire map tester can detect issues with a short when two conductors are touching at some point, usually because the insulating wire is damaged or a poorly wired connector. A wire map tester can detect issues with an incorrect pin out when the installer incorrectly wired the conductors into the terminals at one or both ends of the cable.
Okay, that makes sense.
Administrators use loopback adapters to detect bad ports. The loopback plug causes the packet sent by the network interface card to return to itself.
Okay. So bad ports are also loopback adapters as well. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we can get... Look at that technology. 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 Okay, here we go.
A small section of the office is complaining about poor Wi-Fi signal. Which of the following tools have the capability to pinpoint the origin of the interference?
A spectrum analyzer. I don't know what a protocol analyzer is. Hold on, let's read the question again. A small section of the office is complaining about poor Wi-Fi signals. Which of the following tools have the capability to pinpoint the origin of the interference? A spectrum analyzer is going to be able to pinpoint the origin of the interface. Tone generator is where you plug it into the port of like the wall and generates an audible tone so that we can figure out where the other end is. Power meter is a voltometer, I would imagine. I don't know what a protocol analyzer is. But these spectrum analyzers look dope. Yeah, dude. You bust this bad boy out, everybody in the office is going to think that you know what you're doing. You don't even need to, like, mess with things or anything. Maybe, like, hit a button or two, change a knob. It doesn't matter. Everyone's just going to have this perception. They're like, this guy knows what he's doing. Okay? I used to do the same. I used to do things like that all the time when I'd, like, work sound for, like, choir concerts and stuff. Like, because I'd just be bored. So I would mess with the things or I'd make it look like I was messing with the things, make it look like I was live mixing, even though it's a high school choir. There's no live mixing that really needs to be done. Like, you kind of set it and forget it. What is a protocol analyzer? Protocol analyzer, also known as a network analyzer or packet sniffer. Oh, so like Wireshark? Is Wireshark a protocol analyzer? Let me see here. Captures data, decodes it, analyzes it, reporting, it proves. Okay. Types of protocol analyzing, including hardware-based, software-based, and hybrid options. Wow, so it kind of does a lot. Yes, Wireshark is considered the world's leading network. Whoa, I didn't know that. I mean, I knew it was good, but I had no idea that Wireshark was the world's leading. But this is also Google. You know what I'm saying? Like, who knows? Maybe Wireshark's giving them a little bit of extra, you know, to be like, hey, say this in your algorithm. But I do know it is good. That's not to discredit that Wireshark's not good. Maybe we should do some Wireshark stuff on stream. That'd be fun. Ooh, I hate these. Okay.
Which of the following is a command line packet capturing utility?
A command line packet that's capturing utility. TCP dump? Dude, I'm so bad with commands. ZenMap. I'm shooting my shot. Shooting in the dark. Okay. Well, hold on. We need a new. Try Hack Me has some fun interacting Wireshark rooms. I have done Try Hack Me. That was actually my introduction to cybersecurity to see if I was gonna like it or not. And that's what hooked me. I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. Anyway, I need to make a new thread real quick. I want to dox myself. We all AI weird things. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason to judge what people be asking AI. You know what I mean? We all, you know, as Rick Sanchez said, we all portal to weird places, different places, man. It's, you know what I'm saying? Okay, cool. There we go. We had a fresh thing. Let's dump this into our AI friend to see what these other things are. Because it should define all of them and tell me exactly what they are and why they're not the thing. And it shouldn't take longer than like 12 or 15 seconds because I did the stuff. Yeah, there we go. Restate the question. Simplified answer. TCP dump is the correct answer. It captures and analyzes network traffic via command line. While the others, ZenMap, Netcat, Nmap, serve different purposes. Okay, give me the analogy.
Analogy: think of TCP dump as a stenographer who records every conversation network packet happening in a room, network interface. Nmap and ZenMap are like detectives scanning blueprints, mapping networks. And Netcat is a messenger who delivers notes data between people but doesn't record them. In-depth explanation. TCP dump, a CLI tool that leverages the libpcap, winpcap library to capture raw network traffic in real time. It's widely used for troubleshooting, security analysis, and protocol inspection. ZenMap, the graphical front end for Nmap, which focuses on network discovery and port scanning, not packet capture. Netcat NC, a versatile networking tool for reading, writing TCP, UDP connections but lacks packet capturing capabilities. Nmap, a network mapping and port scanning utility, not designed to capture packets. Real-world example or scenario: a network administrator suspects unusual traffic on a server. They use TCP dump to capture packets on the server's interface, saving the output to a PCAP file. Later, they analyze the file with Wireshark to identify the source of the anomaly, for example, a DDoS attack or misconfigured service.
Cool. This is some of my favorite material to learn because it's just solid. It's facts. There's no like strange thing that goes with it. It's just like this. It's basically just vocabulary. It's just definitions. This is TCP dump. TCP dump does this. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just requires a little bit of memorization, and memorizing things is actually kind of easy. But then it becomes fun to implement it. You know what I'm saying?
To determine why the network is running slowly, an administrator wants detailed properties for the cable run, including how much attenuation, crosstalk, noise, and resistance are on it. What tool should the administrator use to gather all of this information?
I think that's going to be a cable tester. It's definitely not going to be a multimeter that deals with electricity. A spectrum analyzer, I'm fairly certain, has that it has to do with, yeah, this is it. I don't think you plug anything into it. I think it just reads the room, the frequencies in the room. Sure. Oh, maybe you do plug things into it. Well, obviously there's a serial port. I can't look at the back of it. I can't see what else it plugs into it. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I have no idea how to use this thing, but I want to learn so bad. Like, I mean, like, look at that. That's so cool. Okay. I'm gonna go with the cable tester, but I'm very, very, very uncertain. Okay. Also, OTDR, I'm pretty sure that's fiber. I know I say that a lot, but I'm pretty sure that's fiber. Let's just get a quick Google search on it. Optical time domain reflector. Yes. This determines fiber on, I think, how far it goes. Works by injecting the series of light pulses, fiber optics, and then analyzes the light that it reflects, and scatters it back various, captures somewhat. Is it okay? So what is it used for? Importance. ODI tool for anyone working with fiber optics from network consideration, and they ensure the integrity of the fiber optic networks. So this doesn't do the distance. This does to see if there's like if the line is like messed up or not. And the performance. Okay. If there's any disturbances in it. Cool.
An employee reports to the IT department that a web application is not loading by its domain name. The issue is resolved after a network administrator updates the DNS records and flushes the DNS resolver cache on the employee's workstation. Which of the following commands was likely utilized by the administrator to address the problem?
It's not going to be Ipconfig. It's not going to be Ipconfig. Ipconfig on the computers, it just shows you your like IP address or whatever. And honestly, like low-key, man, if you want to look really cool in front of somebody, open up the command line and type in Ipconfig and just like it's going to poop out all this information and you look like a god. It's crazy. Okay? It's got to be a path ping. Because why would it be ping? No? Maybe it is Ipconfig. I don't know. We'll circle back to it.
A systems administrator is unable to ping remote hosts from a Debian server. However, remote hosts can ping the server. The administrator troubleshoots the issue by examining the output chain. Which of the following tools meets the administrator's needs to troubleshoot the issue?
Okay, so we have an administrator is unable to ping remote hosts from a... Oh, this is Linux. I'm not good with Linux. Oh, Ipconfig / flush DNS. Yeah, that makes sense. Now we're dealing with Linux over here, man. So, however, remote hosts can ping the server. The administrator troubleshoots the issue by examining the output chain. Which of the following tools meets the administrator needs? It's either IP tables or route. Ipconfig is Windows. I don't know what Ifconfig is, if anything. It's either IP tables or route. I'm gonna go with IP tables. Okay. IP tables. Linux. Get it connected.
A network technician installs a Wi-Fi analyzer app on a personal smartphone to analyze the recently installed wireless access point AP. Which of the following does the Wi-Fi analyzer provide that is useful information available for a site survey?
A network technician installs a Wi-Fi analyzer app on a personal smartphone to analyze and receive installed wireless access point. It's not going to be an AP list. It's not going to be signal strength. You don't need a Wi-Fi analyzer to see the signal strength. Like your phone already gives it to you. although it could be a more sophisticated signal strength. Channel graph. Channel bandwidth. I'm gonna go in the dark. I'm risking it for the biscuit. I'm gonna say signal strength. Yep. The reason I went with that because I thought about what I said, where like how your phone tells you your signal strength, but it doesn't really. It just gives you some bars to kind of give you an idea of how close it is. It doesn't actually give you any real metric of like signal strength is 10 or 15 or something like that. You know what I mean?
What is a command line utility used for checking the reachability of a remote network host called?
What is the command ability used to check the reachability of a remote network host called? This is a prime example of a super fancy definition for something that's simple. Ping. Yep. Because ping does exactly that. It's a command line. It checks to see if you can reach another network or another host or something else remotely. See, this is why we study the way we study, because I already went out and looked at what OTDR is. So I'm already coming in this knowing that it's not tone generator, it's not this, and it's got to be this, and this is fiber. Okay? Not saying that that's the answer. I haven't read the question yet, but I did see fiber over here.
A cable installer is testing fiber optic cable for spectral attenuation with the goal of ensuring that each channel has enough power to support wavelength division multiplexing. What tool is the cable installer using?
So OSA and OTDR, one of them measures if there's any type of physical problem in the wire, and one measures attenuation, like signal degradation. Yeah. Like, it measures the speed of it, I think. I think OSA measures the speed of it. OTD. I'm going for it. No, then it was OSA. Let's learn. We're so close to being done, boys.
An employee reports to the IT department that a web application is not loading by its domain name. The issue is resolved after a network administrator updates the DNS records and flushes the DNS resolver cache on the employee's workstation. Which of the following commands was likely utilized by the administrator to address the problem?
You were correct, Professor Oak. It is ipconfig/DNS. Flush DNS. Okay, I really want to know what all of these mean except for ping. I know what ping means.
The Ipconfig utility is used to verify the Internet Protocol IP configuration on Windows-based systems. Providing the flush DNS argument clears the DNS resolver cache, allowing for the proper identification of host names. The pathping utility performs a traceroute, then pings each hop router a given number of times for a given period to determine the round-trip time RTT for the path.
Okay,
the Ipconfig command is a Unix-Linux-based utility used to gather or configure information about the Internet Protocol IP configuration of a network adapter.
Wow. Okay, so if config is Linux. I need to remember that too. I just don't run anything that's Linux, so I don't use a lot of Linux.
A cable installer is testing fiber optic cable for spectral attenuation with the goal of ensuring that each channel has enough power to support wavelength division multiplexing. What tool is the cable installer using? An administrator would use an optical spectrum analyzer OSA with fiber optic cabling, usually with wavelength division multiplexing WDM, to ensure that each channel has sufficient power. An optical time domain reflectometer OTDR locates breaks in fiber by sending light pulses down the cable and timing how long it takes for any reflections to bounce back.
Okay. So the OSA with fiber optic cabling, usually with wavelength division multiplexing, to ensure each channel has sufficient power. So OSA is power, and optical time domain reflectometer, that sounds made up, locates breaks in the fiber.
Simplified answer. OSA analyzes the wavelength and power of optical signals, like checking colors in a light beam. OTDR tests the physical integrity of fiber cables, like using sonar to find breaks or bends in a pipe. Analogy. OSA is like a prism that splits light into its component colors to measure their brightness. OTDR is like a sonar device that sends sound pulses into a tunnel to detect obstacles, cracks, or the tunnel's length.
So OSA is the wavelength and measuring the power. OTDR is the physical. That's making sure that the cable is good.
An employee's desktop is not communicating on the network. The network technician verifies that the network interface card is functioning correctly and wants to check the switch port to make sure it is also functioning. The switch is in another room, and no network diagram shows which switch port the technician should check. What tool can the technician use to find the other end of the cable plugged into the switch?
Network cone generator.
A user informs IT support that a company server is unreachable when using its host name. A technician fixes the issue by reconfiguring the host name in a domain name system DNS server and clearing the DNS cache on the user's Windows computer. Which of the following commands did the technician use to resolve the issue?
Ipconfig / flush DNS.
An administrator is using a wire map tester to identify different types of issues with cabling. What kinds of issues can the wire map tester detect? Select all that apply.
Oh, I thought I was going to sneeze. Okay. Let's see here. It's definitely incorrect pinout. I think it can do everything but a short. An administrator is using a wire map to identify different types of issues. Issues with cable crimpling. Cabling. Dang it. It must have been short, not bad port.
What is a network command line utility in MS Windows that tracks and displays the route taken by IPv4 packets on their way to another host known as?
Oh, Traceroute. Yep, traces those packets.
A workstation's network board is currently configured as follows. Network speed equal to auto duplexing equal to auto. The workstation is experiencing poor network performance, and you suspect that the network board is incorrectly detecting the network speed and duplex settings. Upon investigation, you find that it's running at 10 Mbps half duplex. You know that your network switch is capable of much faster throughput. To fix this issue, you decide to manually configure these settings on the workstation. Before you do so, you need to verify the switch port configuration for the connected workstation. Given that it's a Cisco switch, which commands can you use on the switch to show a list of all switch ports and their current settings? Select 2.
Show running config. No one types the interface. Show interface. Yeah. Everyone just types show run config. Well, actually, people usually have a USB drive that kind of does it all, but whatever.
A cable installer is testing fiber optic cable for spectral attenuation with the goal of ensuring that each channel has enough power to support wavelength division multiplexing. What tool is the cable installer using?
Okay. OSA, because it had power. Power was the key word. Where to go? It has enough power. Dang it. I know the answer now.
An administrator is using a wire map tester to identify different types of issues with cabling. What kinds of issues can the wire map tester detect? Select all that apply.
There we go.
An employee reports to the IT department that a web application is not loading by its domain name. The issue is resolved after a network administrator updates the DNS records and flushes the DNS resolver cache on the employee's workstation. Which of the following commands was likely utilized by the administrator to address the problem?
Here we go. We're close, boys.
A cable installer is testing fiber optic cable for spectral attenuation with the goal of ensuring that each channel has enough power to support wavelength division multiplexing. What tool is the cable installer using?
OSA. The other one tests the actual cable, see if there's any bends or breaks or anything like that. Physical. This is power, this is physical. I already know this one. All in all, we didn't do too bad. All right, boys. We did it. We made it through the entire practice test. We made it through each section yet again. Tomorrow or Sunday, I'm going to take another practice test. I'm not going to stream it. I'm just going to take it because I want to try to, I just want to be focused with it. And then after I do that, if I do it well enough, if I score well enough, then I'll take a third time and I'll do a little bit of review on my own. I'll take it a third time and I'll stream that one. I just don't want to stream the practice test if I don't actually know, if I don't feel confident with it. You know what I'm saying? I want to be able to kind of read these things and have it go well. I would really like to have like higher than an 80% or like a 90% before I stream the actual practice test, because there is no going back. There is doing each individual question, and I'm not able to tell you if that's the right answer or not until the very, very end. So, we'll see what happens with that. So either either Saturday night or Sunday, I'm going to do a practice test. Saturday night, I probably will stream some more Donkey Kong Bonanza. That game is so freaking fun. I love that game so much. It is very, very fun. So if that's something that interests you and you want to just kind of relax and watch me be Donkey Kong and destroy an entire map, go for that. That is things that can happen. But anyway, that's it. That's the end of the stream. My name's ParaDiddlePete. I do things that I enjoy, which is like tech stuff. I do a little bit of music, not really anymore. That's another channel, Type with Tyler. So if that's stuff that you like, you can go there. I play video games and I make videos about things that just kind of straight up interest me. So yeah, like, subscribe, follow, do all the things. Tell a friend. No worries, man. I'm glad you were here. Well done. GG's. And as always, Makla Checo.